8-0. Oh God, what have we been doing all this time? Brain hurty. Again.
This is the time to work out those kinks.
Test that. Okay, cool.
I would check, but I have to wait for
I'm just looking at the bar on my OBS, see it moving.
Gotcha.
If it starts muffling me out too much, I'm turning off noise suppression.
Right.
It's actually kind of loud for me.
I mean, it's
Sure.
not my microphone on Discord, it's for OBS.
There. Also, cat.
Risha says hi too. Hello, Mila. There's a Neo. All the surprises. Hi, Sana. Yeah, gonna be a little chill session. Not too much going on today. Just sit back, relax. Don't be too stressed. Be incredibly stressed.
Howdy, Senna. I hope you're doing well.
She just finished streaming.
Heck yeah. Welcome in.
Also, Apollo.
Also, Glacy.
If you haven't applied your point yet and would like to, you may.
It does indeed say 5 in the bottom corner.
Indeed.
Let's
We
see.
are on chapter 5 of the campaign.
I will take a moment to get up, stretch, and I'll be back.
Yeah. We'll probably start at the 10-minute mark. You might also notice the little V behind the title. It's a little hard to see. It's up on the title between the Necrozma and Garchump.
More like Garchump.
V, eh?
V.
You know, I didn't think they'd release just the first half of Pokemon X, but here we are.
I'll pat the one. Need to wait for the DLC.
Good lord.
Oh yes, there's going to be a post-campaign DLC where we go around Cassie and fight a bunch of nerds. Is that not showing up? Let's see.
No. The paid DLC is just going to be the final boss of the game.
Yes, where EA is the second stage secret boss.
What's the game that did that? Was that as Suma's Revenge, or am I thinking of a different one?
I don't know why this thing isn't working. Strange. Rank. I'll just roll that manually, see if that works.
All right. Sorry about that.
You're good. Gonna try it myself, see if it works. There we go. Okay, now the dice work. Alright. So if we are ready, we can jump in.
Going to send a message here.
Alright. I think we can start probably with Levi, if you would like.
As soon as I get a certain program to cooperate. Here we are. So, let's see. The music still playing, or is it just that cool?
It's playing.
Ah, there it is. I didn't hear it.
I notice a certain someone's missing.
Who's
Where'd the
missing?
Rye go? Where'd the Rye go?
Look around for a bit, you'll find them.
I can't.
There. They're
He
around.
only has one character on this map.
Oh.
Uh,
Yeah.
Levi's. Oh, sorry, good.
Yeah, I only got one character. Remember.
True. Me with my several. Anyway. Levi would be sitting at the edge of the waters nearby Licentia. And just taking time to get his thoughts out of his head and explain what he saw. If he's going to confide in anyone, it would be him. And they said everything from the memory that they saw their parents to people that he didn't even know, but realized that they were attached to him. And or brought up details that no one else would really know unless they happen to be there. And now that he's aware that he's just trying to figure out what to do. From oh, good.
I completely forgot the journal that Patrick wrote. Do we want to do that really quick before we continue, though?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
I completely forgot about it. If
Go
you
for
want to do it, Patrick.
It's a bit off now, but yeah, I thought like when you said we're ready to go first, I thought you were talking about doing it his journal first.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. No, I don't have a journal. But please, go ahead.
Alright. Um, one moment. The music doesn't quite match up to the journal.
Yeah, we can restart the music.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
it's all right.
Time reverse.
All
Yes,
right.
stop
Bedrock's
breaking time.
journal entry. It's been a while since I've put this pen to paper, but I guess I should put some thoughts to paper after falling out of the world. The threat that Ingo poses is dire if fighting him means that we can be thrown beyond the normal 3 dimensions. It was quite frustrating to wake up on 4 legs after getting so used to having hands. It did help that there was a strange beauty to that broken world, but the silent calm, combined with being able to see constellations in all directions, if it wasn't for the echoes of trauma, it would have been a nice spot for a date. Judging by the others, it seems I got off a little easier when it came to the memory scenes. That's not to say having to watch Lester's fall wasn't miserable. It was a horrible sinking feeling when I reached out and felt nothing. Hearing that cry of terror, the experience was chilling, but the one after was strangely cathartic. There he was, facing dark storms still stuck to 4 legs after having to look up to them once again. I expected I would have had to listen to their plans to drag me from my home. But instead, Ruskell spoke to me directly, taunted me on a comfy life expecting success. With my previous experience of gasping for air, I felt safe enough to start back. His response was if I had said something about being let go, so maybe he wasn't talking to me. At the time, I thought that conversation hadn't happened, but thinking back, maybe parts were truer than I thought. When it originally happened, I was certainly pinned down under Ruskell. When they originally captured me, they never let me get too far. They certainly never turned their backs on me. Yet these memory phantoms did. And as we ran in different directions, the feeling of Ruskell's jaw gripping my scruff was still fresh on my mind. It's weird going back to that, even just for a glance like this. End of diary entry.
Portia was insistent on attention this time.
Or she'll want to drag you away and kidnap you.
Pretty much.
Alright. Sorry about the random journal skip.
It was mandatory.
You're fine. It was an accident.
And where were we? Fast forward.
Right. But it is the same as I said a moment ago. Levi is going to just like kind of lay there on the grass, just letting his thoughts out into its entirety.
Thoughts hit the floor.
General concerns, the memories that he saw, and just a general sense of suffocating that he was feeling. It still kind of did feel. And just tried to explain in detail, even if the details were not there in the memory, for what he did know, he would explain what he saw. If only to make sure that Licentia was well aware of exactly what happened.
I've been around quite a bit, but I've never experienced something quite like that.
Yeah. Ariel calls it the broken world, or at least the broken rift, or something. As long as I live, I would not like to go back. It's all the same to you.
I would imagine.
Some questions are best left unanswered in this case, and that place has a lot of them.
It's weird to imagine how she could live in that place, or anything like it.
Or anyone can live in that place or anything like it. It feels like if I stay there for too long, it's gonna be a traumatic situation waiting to happen. I would like to not find out.
If it wasn't already.
Precisely.
And you said you saw us there?
Yes. Towards the end, we saw everyone. Well, not everyone, but a lot of people, including people that, well, patrons, like you. Or rather, friends that just happen to be legendary, so we got a better way to put it. He said, trying to remember the fact of, try not to refer to him as a patron too much.
And based on what was said, they're supposed to be, or rather, we're supposed to be dead.
Wherever that timeline was, I believe so. It's, I think we were all supposed to be dead in that timeline, or wherever we got sent to.
That's a little unnerving to think about.
It kinda... It was a pretty solid reminder of my own mortality. I probably should talk to the others about this, see where they are. I know Luvi's not exactly in the best of moods, but I know that Apollo and Patrick are probably alright. They spend time with someone. Gotta just take their mind off of it.
Just as you're trying to spend time with someone.
Trying to take my mind off of it. Or
Is it working?
It is. Kinda. Just trying to... I'm not trying to just, spill all of my woes out here. Just trying to get my head out of that.
He sets his wings on either side of Levi, just on the ground.
He just quietly looks between the two wings before looking back up to listen to you.
He just gives a little smile, as big as he is, to him. I am here to help, you know.
It's appreciated. Thank you.
Of course.
That's it. What about you? What have you been up to in the last 72 hours? I hope I didn't concern you.
I think you all concerned everyone, but that's past now. What I've been doing, well, I've been teaching Rai a lot about what's going on here. And we even had a visit from his friends, Anne and Zui.
They've been by.
Briefly. Apparently, what happened with Ignatius has been happening to the other two beings. Honestly, I'm concerned about it.
I know for sure we fought Raiko. I also know for sure we fought Inte.
Ignatius and Sturmir.
What happened to
Synthus. She didn't take it quite as hard as the other two, but she has been struggling a bit.
I take it you've already tracked her down then.
I have. She's trying to stay as far away from the mountain area as possible. That seems to be where it's originating from.
Dutifully noted.
If I had any guess, it would have something to do with Necrozma.
Right. That. Ever pursuing that one?
At least he's stayed away from here for the most part since that last encounter.
Agreed.
I do still worry, though. It's been some time since we've seen him. Wonder what he's up to.
That's the part that worries me. I don't have a counterplan.
Corbett shows up. Who knows what happens?
Precisely. And frankly, given what we know it can do, that thing can break up into 4 different parts. Five different parts, excuse me. And with us the way we are now, I fear the day we encounter it again. At least since I found it, I have a decent strategist to deal with it, or help to deal with it. Although I'm finding myself less and less worried about fighting it and more what it can do.
What it can do to you.
Yeah, that.
Have you found anything on that? The cure?
No. Not yet. Nothing beyond what Ariel gave us, but I'm hoping that we come across something sooner than later. Maybe someone's done some research on it, but given it, the part of the cure came from a time we've never been, I don't think it's going to be as simple as walking around to find whatever part we were missing. Or parts.
I would suspect that whatever you're incapable of getting here, they've already put into it. It's just we need to find something to finish it. Something that can only be found here. Or rather, in this time.
And that's the question is it a plant? Is it a... He visibly pauses a moment and ponders that last part. In this time. I have an idea.
He tilts his head.
I'm trying to think of anything natural that may not exist in the future. And my mind goes to one thing. I have to ask Ariel, though, and see if that's right.
Think you might be onto something?
The waters.
Maybe
Maybe
water.
Exactly. Maybe there's something Like maybe there's a specific source, or maybe it's somewhere we haven't looked yet, but it's just an idea. It can be something entirely different I don't even know about. Maybe it's Salvadite, but that would make sense. We're trying to counter it.
As far as I know, the mark doesn't have anything to do with Gigas either.
Maybe it is Salvadite then.
Hmm.
I will ask. I have to prod her, see what she thinks on the matter. But before that, I need to talk to a team leader of mine.
He seems to have just been sitting there, sort of mulling things over. I would take care when approaching him.
It's
Seems
not
to
like
be
he's
a little lost in thought.
Levi's gonna smile. It's not like he's gonna lash out at me the moment I walk up to him.
Given what you four experienced, anything could happen. But you should be fine.
We should be fine. Either way. Levi's going to stand up, if only to just put a hand on Lysinthia's head and rub. Thank you.
He
Hi.
just makes a little rumble.
I needed this.
Anytime you need help.
Understood. Now, let's go see if I can talk to him. And before I get over there, I will save scene transition for anyone else that wants to go next.
We can jump to Paddock if you want. Either Paddock or Eloise.
Maybe I'll be the moment. Not quite sure what I do with Bedrock here. Or I guess we could just do Bedrock quickly to show what he's doing in the meantime, then move to Alvi.
Sure.
All right. So for today, Padrock is just going over books, doing some studying that had been suggested by Allura. Mostly catching up on the reading he would have missed out for the whole 3 days that he had gone.
You seem pretty busy over there.
Yeah. Just trying to get working a few days worth of reading into hours isn't the easiest task.
I imagine. I heard about that. What are you guys doing? No, you've been gone.
Yeah. The small upside is that it didn't really feel like that long, so thankfully didn't come back malnourished or anything like that.
You doing okay now?
Yeah, there's the worry about having missed out on a few days worth of events and all that. Honestly, I think I had it better than most for that. So I'm handling it pretty well.
Take all the time you need here. Library's always open.
Unfortunately, with the way things have been, I wish I had all the time I needed.
Hmm.
And with that, I think we can transition.
Do we have a rock fox?
Yes, we are here. Yeah, he is effectively sitting on his bed, just contemplating in his own head. Though he might be a little nerve-wracked in that regard, just sitting there alone and nothing to talk to, and like he just is constantly muttering to himself, like, I need answers. I need any kind of answers. But Jirachi probably wouldn't know. No, there's no way they would know. If I keep
Knock, knock,
thinking
knock.
this- Hello?
Howdy. You alright?
Yes, I'm fine. Why?
You've been in there all day.
He just opens the door and like a despondent look. Is it that obvious?
I've been helping the guild master. It's my job to be able to tell what others are thinking.
I swear, just last night I had some kind of hallucination, but at the same time, I really wished it was the real.
Something you want to talk about?
Could you come in?
Sure.
I don't know how to really say it, but I'm not well. After that experience I had, I can't stop hearing the screaming. Every time I think back on it, that's all I hear, and it's been ringing in my head constantly, and I don't know what to do about it. I thought isolating myself would help quiet the noise, but no, it's only made it worse.
Being alone to your thoughts, especially after something like that, tends to be a worse thing to do, in my experience.
I've never really had to deal with this before.
I don't think anyone has. Even me, who's been around to a few different worlds, I haven't experienced anything like that.
I just hope Sunrose finds the coin I left behind when I went on a stress-eating fit with Rostberries.
Easy with those.
I know. But it was the only thing that could keep me calm.
Perhaps going out and talking with others might help a little bit.
How do you end up dealing with it?
Hard to say, really. I was raised to be strong in mind and will, so I don't really know how I'd react to something like that.
Even when you realize that what you did in the past may have been like the worst mistake you could have ever done, and then now you come to find out that the life you left behind, not mere weeks later, disappeared, just completely gone, without a trace.
I left my colony when I was young, found myself in another world, and suddenly I was involved in helping a team stop a meteor. And
I'm sorry. Come again?
it's a long story. What I'm trying to say, though, had I not left, I don't know how things would have been. Lucas frequently reminds me that the path that I chose was the one that I felt best about, whether it was the right one or not. But it's a decision that I live with.
Even still. If I had stayed, I would still know where they were, even. Right?
And you could have also been kidnapped like them if they were.
Probably right.
Who knows where you'd be now, for better or worse.
It still doesn't make me feel any better.
Sure.
I mean, in my mind, I think I would have preferred being captured if it meant I knew where they were. Not knowing is killing me.
But at the same time, you wouldn't have met the people you do now. An entirely different life would have played out in the last 2 decades.
Maybe so, but I probably would have met them eventually anyway, right?
Maybe, maybe not.
I don't know what to do. The last 3 days we were missing, and I've missed so much in that time, I can't contemplate it.
It's a complicated thing. It's one that I'm unfortunately not too familiar with myself, but just know that everyone is here. We're still here, and we're still with you.
I guess I can have solace in that, but it just sounds wrong that I can take solace in one thing, but not in another. It's troublesome. I feel like I'm a guilty party in the whole act, like I could have done something to prevent it. But at the same time, I don't know if that's true or not.
With every good, there's a bad. But with every bad, there's also a good. At least, we try to see it that way.
Levi's right, I need a hobby.
Maybe you should go around, see what you can find, take something up.
Fine. It's just... I don't like the idea that I still don't know, even after all this time. I know you're trying your best, it's just... I'm starting to get anxious.
And we'll keep trying our best until we find something. Or find them.
And that's all I can really ask. I'll be outside if you need me. At the tavern.
I'll be going there as well. I'm sure Rain's there waiting for me.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'll go together then?
Certainly. And with that, if we would like to jump to Levi, we can head over there. It presses there.
Gonna send a quick whisper. Now, for Levi, they're gonna basically head up, across, jump over the river, He would pause briefly, looking at the team here, thinking for a moment before heading up and around them for now. He wasn't paralyzed with a disturbed mindset, but just in thought. Thus, he would make his way over to Apollo, and he would pause a moment, looking at them, trying to figure out how best to approach, considering the warning that he was given. And thus...
Give me just a moment. I'm really sorry to break you off in the middle of your thing, but I am getting called away.
Understood. Do what you gotta do.
I'm so sorry.
Not a
fine.
problem.
Alright.
This is why we have backup plans.
The timing.
This is why we have backup plans. But, seeing as that happened, backup plan number 1. Seeing as Apollo is kinda... probably best leave him alone. Thus, he would head up and about, looking to Teen Dawn, and trying to track down another. In this case, he'd end up trying to track down a certain Delphox.
He blends in with the carpet.
He does.
It's just like a Luffy when he blends in with the road.
But yeah, Levi, let's take one moment to notice Louis before turning and moving towards Padrock. And just giving a light tap of the claw on the desk. Table.
It's a little rap of the claws. A little
Without even looking up from his book, Pedro would say, "Ah, hey Levi."
How are you feeling?
Oh, I've been handling it pretty well. I should be the one asking you that, honestly.
We're managing. We are managing. That's probably the best way I can put it.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. What are you trying to research there? Any sign of what we
Oh.
just did?
No, nothing like that. Just the typical research with dream weaving for Allura's work.
Oh.
Trying to learn as much theory as I can before we do any practice.
Sounds like if anything, you found a much different calling than what was suggested to you when we first met.
Suggested wouldn't be the right word, but yeah.
You know what I mean.
That I do.
I do have a question of concern that's been on my mind.
What would that be?
While we were in that void, I dare say the best way I can word it is I kinda had to face my own mortality for a bit.
Oh. One of your encounters was Necrozma?
No. Just saw what happened to my parents.
Oh.
They knew. They facilitated me getting out of there.
That must have been a pretty gruesome scene to watch.
Yeah. It's not even a matter of the scene itself was gruesome. It was the knowledge of it. Just from the time we went to go visit the same place to just having the opportunity to see the events play out of how it was before. What happened moments after I left.
I
Just
return.
can't-
I'm back.
Welcome back. I went with Plan B. I still have something in mind for you. We plan for this.
I'm pretty sure you didn't, but I'll not press the point.
Do it.
Either way, my question to you, Patrick, is just out of curiosity. Did you see anything that was something you weren't supposed to see? Or something you wouldn't naturally know?
No, not really. My two moments were watching the moment Lester fell off the cliff, and some point to being dragged through the forest.
I see. That's... I'm guessing the second one, that was before we met, yes?
Yeah, that. Yeah, I'm not sure where in the timeline that was, but I'd guess half an hour to an hour before you met me.
I see.
I honestly don't know how long Darkstorm had been dragging me through the forest for.
Well, however long it was, I'm glad we stopped it. I don't know what would have happened otherwise.
Nothing
Unless-
good, that I can tell you.
Hmm?
Nothing good. That's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I have a question. I have another question, though.
Go right ahead.
If
I can on
you-
a break from reading.
If you encountered a situation where you became suddenly aware that you had a family that you didn't know even existed, what would you do?
I'm not sure I would do too much. I know I probably do have family I have no idea exists, considering how hard mine got yanked away from the rest of Cassia. I don't know if I would do that much though. There's not that much emotional investment.
Not even curiosity?
Curiosity, sure, but we're in a bit of a tight situation to be going about curiosities like that. To be honest, I guess it just didn't cross my mind. I already have a lot of family with you guys, and I don't need there to be a blood connection for that.
Huh. For me, it's just... I became acutely aware of what I didn't have, aside from you, like I said, you guys. But then I learned more people that I just happen to be connected to that have no idea that I exist. And the storyline ended for them when my parents joined the Zealots. When in truth, I'm literally the walking thing that keeps the story going.
Mm-hmm.
I
That's
kind of. Oh, go ahead.
a bit of a different situation. To be honest, in that situation, I think I would be tempted to search myself. Not necessarily for my own curiosity, but more to give them some closure.
Right. That reminds me. Something I have to do sooner than later. Before I can talk to my aunt and look her in the eye.
What would that be?
You remember that time we went to the zealot camp and we found those two graves? The ones that belong to my parents?
Yeah, those looked a bit fast.
Those are shallow graves. In other words, I don't think they've been put to rest yet. Properly. I intend to fix that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say you need to be involved. If you want to help me, I appreciate it, but I'm not going to force you because this is entirely personal.
I'd be okay. Happy isn't the right word to go along, but same, whatever the sentiment is.
Willing?
Willing. Sure, willing is a bit of an understatement, but yeah, we'll go with that.
Sweet. Right.
So if we're going to be doing digging, I think we might want to bring one of Reuben's cousins along. Brothers?
That can be arranged.
It's the first thing that comes to mind when I think of someone who can do digging. I know they have someone in the family that digs.
We can ask. We can ask Nathaniel. They're pretty nice. We got a decent rapport with them. But let me go talk to Apollo. There's a few things I need to ask him.
Sure thing.
I'll be back.
Hey, and if you need me to come along, he just taps his head.
Gotcha. Levi taps his own head, partially tapping his horn at the same time before heading off.
Speaking of knocking on horns, what is that?
You can hear that. Fucking hell.
Oh, absolutely.
Someone's knocking on something upstairs over and over again. I don't know what.
No worries.
At first, I thought you were chuckling a bit there, Glacy.
Okay. Straight, are you there?
Been here the whole time.
Understood. So back to your initial idea, like what's gonna do. So Levi's going to look over to Apollo, just see them kind of staring in the water and or staring into space. He doesn't go to think about how he wants to approach before just deciding to slip in and just kind of sit down next to them. No words at the moment, but just join the company.
Good day to you too. Paul would say after shaking his head a moment.
How you holding up?
That as well can be expected.
And how was your evening?
Well, my evening was great. It really helped. But I've been thinking about several things that I've been witnessing recently.
You too, huh?
We are seriously outmatched, without Castor able to take the brunt of the hits from Engel. Considering how our last battle with him ended up panning out. Mugandina definitely helped even the odds, but I'm not sure we can really be depending on her every time we go toe-to-toe with Engel.
Then it sounds like we need to get better.
My thoughts exactly. And now comes the difficult part of figuring out how it is we fill the gaps on that particular front.
I can take a hit. I just need to get better at taking hits. I know that for sure. Though there's... Oh, good.
And I need to fill a few gaps on my technique. I like to think I can deal out a hell of a hit, but if Engel's found a way to get past a few of the worst parts of my slashing techniques, then I need to do something that either puts the edge back onto my attacks or find a way to just tough past it.
Say nothing of fighting him sent us to the freaking afterlife. Might as well have been.
There's got to be a way to stop something like that from happening. And we don't even know what caused it anyways. And until we do, engaging him isn't something I want to try and risk the team doing.
Agreed. Though there's something else I do need to ask you about.
I'll hear it.
He would rub at his neck a little bit again. When I was talking to Cynthia and recalling what all happened, I do remember there's one thing that bothered me through all of that.
Yes?
A suffocating feeling. One I've come to know all too well.
Elaborate.
Our certain hungry friend that wants me.
Him, yeah.
Which brings me to the issue. A while back, we noticed the fact that there were several people like me that were marked and lost. Mentally lost, gone, possessed, controlled by him. It. That thing.
Alright.
I've been content with the mindset of the mark is incomplete. It shouldn't be a problem.
But we need to find a way to get it off or neutralize its effects entirely, is what you're getting at.
I don't know what it takes for the mark to become complete. I'm scared of what happens if that happens. And
Did you ever learn what goes in to marking someone?
no. No, they never taught me that. There was only one person that knew how to do that.
Who was it?
It was this shaman person that was in the... This shaman person that was in the cult. I don't even know his freaking name at the moment.
Sounds like
Repercussions? Something like that? Fuck.
we'll put a pin in that, and if you can get a description out for them, well, if we're able to get a hold of him and get him to cough up how it is the mark is done, we might be able to learn something about how it might be undone.
The other option would be to go talk to my godmother.
Also a possibility. Depends on if she's in a talking mood, though.
I'm sure she'd be willing to help. Given what happened and where things have gone, well, I'm pretty sure she'd be willing to help out. I don't think she has a reason to not help out.
We'll see if we can't make time for chatting her up then.
Indeed. Because at the moment, my biggest concern is what happens if I, and you guys have to make a choice.
You lose control of yourself, somebody else gains control of you and starts using that power against us. Not a totally unwarranted concern, given what happened.
And frankly, I don't expect you all to just lay down and die if that happens to me. So,
Well,
the concern is making sure you're willing to do what's necessary.
well, if you think I'm going to be going straight for the kill and that sort of thing, you've got another thing coming. You're a team member of mine, and I know a thing or two about beating someone within an inch of their life and not going a step beyond, just so I can save them.
For my sake, I hope you're right. Because from what I've seen when we last dealt with that issue, there wasn't much of a chance.
We'll make a date for it then. There is something else that was also bothering me.
What's up?
It's a ghost from my previous life. How much of the story about who I used to be was ever told to you?
Levi would just glance behind himself to the Ivysaur here before turning back to Apollo and just speaking relatively lowly. Let's see.
Try not to think too hard about it.
I'm trying to find the right words for it, but if you look at any book, they hailed you as a hero, someone who's done a lot, someone who paved the way for the region. The Euphiaxis Zealots, Apollo, Aaron. Oh, go ahead.
They tell a different tale.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm talking about everything that happened before all of that came to pass.
Before you became a guildmaster.
Correct. I'm talking when I was just a kid. Mom was the district attorney. My dad was the mayor of Malva City. I had the makings of somebody who had a silver spoon in hand and was looking to take a pretty easy way through life. That was until I was kidnapped. Not by just anyone, but by arguably one of the most deadly people you've never heard of. Is the name Zenaida ring any bells to you?
I'm going to do a quick
It's all right if you don't
It's-
know it.
no.
There's only. Go ahead.
I don't know anything about that name or them or anything. I just know I've heard it before. And
Well, there's very few people who know who that person is, and even fewer people who know who that person is and live to tell the tale about it. They're one of the most secretive mercenary slash assassins out there that Cassia has ever had the displeasure of hosting. I doubt even Engel knows this person exists.
well, thankfully I didn't know Engel. I didn't really have to worry about Engel for the longest time. He would ponder a moment. I've only seen the name in passing when it came to the trading of goods. Handing things off to other people, other benefactors, shall we say.
Well,
And usually for that it was if someone asks what it was for, it's like they just said we tell them it's from the ghost or it's from a friend, and from there it's just
that's definitely one way to look at Zenaida. Anyone who got too close that didn't know any better usually ended up dead by one happenstance or another. Either way, they went to a lot of trouble to keep themselves secret. And somebody who wanted to try and get leverage against my parents so that they could move about Malva and operate with more impunity got a hold of Zenaida. Got a hold of Zenaida and had me taken hostage.
Opie is crashed.
having our own recording.
I always have a recording just in case Twitch decides to screw up the VOD. It should be live, I think.
It's still live.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna not record the session and keep the stream going and figure out what's going on after a session. But let's continue this. Sorry, go back over the last minute or so that you were doing with the banana.
Essentially, this person ordered me taken hostage and held as leverage against my parents. And, well, through chance, I managed to escape. Normally, this would not have been possible, as you got a 9-year-old Riolu breaking out of captivity for the first time against arguably one of the most seasoned assassins out there. At the time, I never did find out how it was possible. The result was I managed to find my way over to Humbletown, where no one would have been looking for me, and that's how I joined up with the Humbletown Rescuers and met Eaton and a bunch of other people.
Yeah. Telling you this from experience. If someone is captured, especially a child, they don't just walk out.
I definitely had people looking for me.
Oh, that's obvious.
And those
sorry.
people who were looking for me were trying to bring me back. So if Sedana had been in the picture, well, that would have been the end of it. Then again, I may have been a kid at the time, but I wasn't stupid. I had learned enough in the way of street smarts that I could get myself along the road until I could get to town and settle in a bit more.
Fair enough. Hearing a bit about Rain's, the Guildmaster's backstory, seems you two have that in common. Even at a young age, y'all were pretty quick on your feet.
You know, he had his own run-in with the Mafia. And I had my own run-in with somebody a little more secretive than that.
So, the question comes to... what happened? How'd you get out so easily? Actually, better question. What was the challenge of getting out of there?
The challenge was getting my way past the initial guard and slipping out of camp when Zidania wasn't looking. The guard was honestly no problem at all. I was Riolu and pretty small at that, at least at the time.
For an efficient individual, that seems like a rookie mistake.
If Apollo would like, he can roll a focus.
Give me just a second.
You can have a minute.
That was out of character. I bonk.
Alright.
See.
Can we get
Okay.
a reroll on that?
Yeah, let's reroll.
That's 3 1s and a 2. What the heck?
Let's reroll that.
That's a ridiculous roll.
That's
okay,
good.
better.
It was kind of dark. I remember that there was a Scyther that was fast asleep at the time. I had originally taken them for another guard, but I wasn't about to count my blessings. Right then and there, I just needed to get the hell out.
Makes sense.
Now that I'm thinking about it, wait a second. Apollo was set up. I saw that Scyther. Back when we were in Purgatory. He appeared briefly for a moment, back when I was, well, on 2 legs again.
That's gotta be an experience. What about them? Anything important?
Paulo bends over and thinks, out of character, this is what happens when we go an entire month without session. I legit get foggy on details like this.
Oh, no worries. I'm trying to remember everything too.
That's why I'm here to remind you.
I mean, he was mostly asleep, but not entirely.
I see. Well, I suppose if we want any details about it, we can go ask the other most secretive person we know that's actually not trying to kill us.
Not that she's particularly fond of me.
Well, she's in town. I saw her on the way over here.
Over here.
Yeah, I saw her on the way. She's talking with her son.
Huh.
Most likely a meeting of the Guildmasters again. I expect to see a certain Salazar in town later on. But, what's the harm in asking?
May as well.
Though, thank you.
Anytime.
By the by, Padlock's doing well too. And Aluvi, last I saw, was in the room, but maybe they've gotten out already. Should probably go and do something. Like, I don't know. Jump between towns for a bit, see what's all going on.
Go grab a movie over in Ritzville.
Sure.
Wouldn't be the worst thing.
Or you can go ahead to one of my venues.
One of your venues.
Just a fight club. Get some practice in.
Well, we do enough training as it is. Just for once. Just do something not involving kicking the shit out of each other.
Touché.
Don't get me wrong. I enjoy sparring as much as next rescuer out there. Even I'm starting to grow up and get interests outside of being a rescuer.
Have we ever sparred before?
In the early days, yeah. I remember you tried to go toe-to-toe with Castor.
Yeah. Yeah, that didn't go well. But, yep, case in point.
Apollo sits back and reaches up a hind leg before scratching behind the right side of his neck.
Oh. I was just gonna go try and find you.
Looks like I beat you to the punch.
Come here for a moment. Please.
Sorry, I was distracted and didn't move the camera. Kinda lost you guys.
No worries. It's been too long.
Well, 3 days lost in limbo will do that.
I'd say. Not exactly how I wanted you to disappear.
Oh, so you do want me to disappear?
No. I don't. Perhaps I should have chosen a better set of words. Let's just put it like this. When I heard you guys hadn't returned, I was trying to figure out anything and everything to locate you all. So seeing you back is honestly really good.
I would think the giant wormhole would have helped fill in most of the gaps as to what might have happened to us.
Oh, that part I figured out. The part I was trying to figure out is who do I have to talk to get you out of there? Be it try and find Palkia, be it try and twist the arm of someone else I may know, get the attention of a Gardevoir I remember working with. Whatever had to be done.
Yeah, your friend went a little eccentric trying to build something to locate you.
Well, you made it back. That said, I do want to talk to you about something.
To which one? I'm pretty sure he means me. What is it?
Zenaida. You're probably one of the few people I know of who's ever heard her name and lived to tell the tale about it. Specifically understanding what her name entails.
Correct.
How does one go about finding them?
That's a good question. But I can tell you what I've learned.
I'll hear that much at least.
In regards to finding her, I don't know. In regards to finding someone like her, look for the areas where the paper trail disappears. If too much is done off the book, people are going to notice, and people will pursue it. But if everything's done on the books, on the record, it's too provable. So, you have to find the area where things are making sense, continue to make sense, and then stop. In your case, try to remember every single detail, be it in your sleep or in perhaps some sort of a discussion with a friend. Perhaps Allura. Maybe she can help unlock other memories that you may have forgotten about your encounter with her. Or I dare say, with people that worked with her. Look for where things fall apart. For me, I looked too deep into it and she came after me. If only to send a message. I expect the same may happen to you, but let it not be said that people have come after you and they weren't handled. In one way or another. So,
All right.
if I were to look for her myself, I would start with going where everything started. Although we already have one lead that we need to go after, and that's Arlak. I'm still trying to pinpoint where that metallic bastard is.
Arlak is many things. Smart isn't one of them. Even back in his prime, he was a bit of a lost soul and more prone to violence than not. He's going to make a move at some point, and he's probably not going to be thinking about covering his trails unless somebody else is pulling his strings, in which case we've got a much different problem.
Or unless someone's covering his trail for him. And then that's also a different problem.
Kind of difficult to cover up his trail, but his aggression can be directed if he's willing to listen. And he's not against taking money if it means staying ahead of the rescuers.
I gotta wonder if I can bribe him myself. Just to see where I get.
Well, the trick with a guy like that is approaching him. Just remember, he might be one of the last surviving members of the New Masters. And that guy's still wanted on at least 200 different counts of accessory to what happened at Averloth. And, well... somebody somewhere is probably going to get the idea of starting an entire rescue mission to make sure that if I ever get my hands on him, that he's taken away from me. Just so I don't get any funny ideas about whether or not he should be arrested again.
Meanwhile, Levi's attention does divert to the airship that just took off and left.
Those guys seem to be off in a hurry.
Rescuing doesn't stop. Unless you're told to take a break, of course. That being said,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure when it comes to Arlak, everything you said is pretty much on. Everything you said is on the nose. I do know that when it came to some of the stuff that we've done, as in before Eternatus disappeared, and you guys became heroes. Or rather, you and Team Dawn became heroes. One of the things that we were doing quite a bit was, well, paper trails. Tracks. Trying to... Either we were trying to hide someone's tracks, we were trying to make a false track, or we were trying to make a paper trail for someone else to discover. And in all of those cases, we had our own books and records on making sure that the truth is maintained, even if a lie is told.
Okay.
I'm gonna go check those records and see if I can find something out of place, and see if that may help you out. How do I put this? Have I already apologized to you?
You have.
Good. Because, frankly, you may see me as an unlikely ally, and or my family as unlikely aid to y'all, but let it be known. We're on your side with this. And I'm here to make sure that we see this through. After all, our goal at the end of the day was to improve the region one way or another. While we wanted to take control at one point, I'm fine with just helping current powers maintain. As long as it goes in the right direction, of course.
Very well then. Thank you.
As long as I can keep getting away with it, I'll keep doing what I can to support you with your search. And hopefully, they come after neither of us before we reach what we need to know.
I'm going to type something in the chat.
Understood.
Oh, thank you for your help thus far.
Anytime. Is there anything else you need?
Not at this time. I have my marching orders.
I do, Levi said, lifting a paw. Would there be any chance I can get in contact with Nathaniel for a extracurricular assistance? Leo would just... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
What kind of extracurricular assistance?
Leo would be on the same page, just looking to Levi and just like, talk plainly. No need to talk in code, just talk plainly. Levi would put his paws together. It's like, take a deep breath, and I wanted to ask Nathaniel for his assistance so that I can retrieve. There's no nice way to put this. I wanted Nathaniel's assistance to retrieve the bodies of my parents so that I can give them a proper send-off. And I was looking for a ground type that could dig rather quickly and be fairly reliable if the place of interest is distracted. Cleo just looks at Levi before glancing quietly to Apollo. Has this been cleared yet?
This is the first time hearing of it, but I certainly wouldn't be against it. I will note that the areas of the graves are held in aren't exactly areas that are well trafficked, and we're likely to get unwelcome visitors.
Levi would speak up. To make a long story short, when I ran away, my parents died. They were sacrificed. They were buried in shallow graves. I wanted to get them back and properly tend to them myself.
Kua is going to look over the others before saying, I know you're disallowed from missions right now, but I'm sure with the right supervision, they would overlook you taking a bit of a field.
It would not be while we're still locked down on missions. It would be another time. If anything, I can probably look into making it a mission, but that's only if my team agrees on it. And that is still something I need to talk to you about, Apollo. I'm just trying to put all the tools in place so I can, well, make it happen. And or if you guys don't, I could just do it of my own volition.
I'm going to see what Rain and the others have for us when we get back on active duty, but if it's going to help put this behind you, then I'm all for it.
It's setting the last bit of this right. I can't exactly approach my aunt with a straight look until this is done. It bothers me too much.
We'll make it happen then.
I'm so sorry, but I just noticed what Rain is doing on his token, and it is making me giggle.
That's nothing if not intentional.
Sip.
Oh. I had to zoom in, like, zoom enhance.
Sippies. Literally sipping it on his token. I just noticed that. I'm just like, what the heck? That's impressive, honestly. I could probably do that with a Luby too.
Levi would cross his arms briefly before looking to Apollo. There were others that come to mind, but I'm not going to make this a situation that so many people need to be affiliated with.
All right.
So I will approach the guild master on it. Otherwise, Levi would glance to Kua and Reuben. What were you two doing in the last 72 hours?
Well, first act was to try to head to whatever wormhole you guys open up, but injuries kept my clearance from being open up.
Yep, and that was for both of us. We realized something was wrong, got up, tried to take off, and Rain and so many other people said no.
I think that was day one. Then, when we got back, it was we both had to calm Eaton down from, what was it? Multivastral telescope he tried to build?
He was trying to find you guys through the multiverse. And quite literally, we got notified that while it may be possible, doing so in haste would cause Eden's shop to start to propagate the same distortive effects that are happening across the region, but only locally in New Town, and that was not something we needed to happen. So we had to stop him. And then on the third day, we were still trying to figure out. We were honestly, on one hand, we were waiting for people to come back from there, like waiting for a report back from there and just seeing if anything changed. And the other hand, I'll be honest, I was getting antsy. I was trying to coordinate with my mom to see if we can find anything as well. Other teams are still trying to operate in the field, but to say they were doing so distracted would be an understatement.
There was for day 2 and 3, I was trying to do my bit to at least keep people calm, do a bit of PR work, not in the field, to assure people that whatever that thing was, it wasn't about to start getting bigger. I certainly hope it doesn't get bigger.
Storm has requested that we take a sippy.
Oh, sure.
I just came back with apple juice.
Hell yeah. Levi would look to the two of them and then to Cleo. The hole didn't get bigger, right? Cleo just shook her head no.
Not to my knowledge, but considering.
Whoa. Portia knocked that thing over.
Portia.
But
I think-
it's hard to measure that kind of thing.
I'll give you a moment to figure out what just happened.
Attack of
No,
Portia.
don't worry about it. Portia tried to jump through her head up. Like, she tipped over my water ball that had the cap on. Don't worry, everything's back where it should be.
You look up north and Eaton suddenly drops a bunch of tools.
Yeah, that also checks out.
Nonsense. Eaton always has hands on the tools.
At least a tool. But
Oh, that's right. Del Fox doesn't have thumbs.
Anyways, proceed.
Levi just take a breath and just relax for a little bit. Otherwise, is Humbletown still okay? It's in a tizzy, but it's improving. It's improving. Do you have any questions, Apollo, about the region?
Not this time, no.
Fair enough. Nothing you can't go and investigate yourself, huh? I would recommend a trip to Malva City, though. Monroe's going to be beside themselves about the fact that you guys are missing.
Yeah, I'll check with him, Nugget and Shen. Bunch of jokers, honestly, but they're good company.
To say they were worried is an understatement. One of them even thought I had something to do with this.
Let's see. It was either Monroe or Shen.
Monroe. But you know your friends. That's for sure. Either way. I'm gonna go move and talk to the guild masters. I need to compare some data. And he would pause a moment in thought before looking to Apollo. Can I pat you on the head?
Sure.
And with that, she would immediately do just so. It was a very warm touch, but nothing problematic at all.
It's not a
But
cheek
actually-
slap this time.
Huh?
It's not a cheek slap this time.
No, just a pat to the head. Before she said, "It's really good to see you again." With that, she would head off.
Back of the Fluff Master.
Of course. Meanwhile, Levi would go ahead and make a quick contact to Padrock.
Going out to Paddock.
Oh no, now they're all doing it.
So what does he say?
Oh, just contacting the Padrock through telepathy to just simply say. And telepathy is in the entire team should be able to hear it, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Padrock, you there?
Yeah. What's up, Levi?
I just spoke with Apollo as well as Cleo. She's in town. She's gonna get in contact with Nathaniel. And Apollo seems on board with this request of mine.
Sounds good. And what about Luby?
I haven't asked yet.
What about me?
Hi there. I'll just... Where are you at?
Have you looked around the corner of the building that you are standing adjacent to?
I would visibly pause and just turn around. And then just quietly look back over to Apollo. You want to go say hi to Olivia?
Sure.
Over the connection you'd hear from Padrock. I'll come up, meet up with y'all.
We're at the tavern. Actually, do it this way.
This bridge I'm swimming.
The Padrock quite literally just go swimming.
I mean, yeah, he would do that.
Where I'm going, I don't need bridges.
Just pull a page from Uriange's book and use psychic to make a bridge to walk across the water.
And then you make Padrock realize he's doing just that, and they fall into the water.
I mean,
What is this,
You would do
phantasmal
it.
force where you make somebody believe there's a bridge there when there isn't?
If you believe it,
Go
it shall be
the
so.
water.
And considering Levi just kind of ran by and poked him and then ran back off, and it's just like... Care to elaborate?
Well, seeing as we're all here, I guess I'll bring it up. And he's gonna look between these three as well as Felix.
Yes, they are all sipping tea. Simultaneously.
That's a middle image of a freaking half.
Yeah,
Like
I
Levi's
know,
just
right?
like,
Like, they're all just, like, sipping at the same exact moment that they mention it. Just, like, tilts head back.
synchronized. But no, Levi's gonna look between them and just put his claws together. No, we are not going to head out immediately. We're just future plans as well as personal desires. And then he would turn back to Olivia. To make a long story short, we went to a zealot base in the past that had the remains of my two parents.
And you said you needed somebody to dig it up.
Yes.
Yeah, well, you'd be in luck.
Hmm.
Assuming I ever do take that particular move, I could do it for you, but I have my own problems.
I remember you mentioned it.
I'm not sure if Padrock can actually feel it or not, but everything is spazzing out. I don't know how you are with empathy, Padrock.
I all right with it, I guess. Are you talking about the world or more what's been going on with you?
A bit of both.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, we're
If
here
you
if
are,
you.
it's like if you are like trying to read into it, there's anxiety, restlessness, concern. One of those being greater than the other.
Bedrock does slide slightly closer. Not to be, probably more just to be trying to be comforting. But we're here if you want to talk about it more.
I think I'm just stressing myself out at this point, really.
Gonna send a whisper.
Well, we'll find them sometime.
That's what I keep being told, but every time I reach out and try and grasp at whatever straws I can find, they always slip free.
Could also just ask them. Rain would set the cup of tea down. Hey, Zane. Excuse me. How goes your investigation?
You're talking about with his parents.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I haven't found any signs yet. We're still vigilantly looking, but
Do we have enough to say that they're still alive?
well, we can only say that no news is good news, but that's all I can offer.
So at least we know they're not dead. Well, at least
I've asked him pretty much every day at this point. I'm probably getting on his nerves about it.
Oh no, you're just fine.
the current moment they are in Schrodinger. We don't know that they are. We don't know if they are alive. We don't know if they are dead. So as far as I know, the possibility still exists and the search still continues.
Speaking of searching, what happened in the last 3 days? I don't think it was ever elaborated.
Well, out of character. I probably should wait till Apollo's back before I elaborate on that.
Quick break.
Quick break.
Impromptu break.
I single-handedly caused a break in time.
No, that was Angle.
Yeah, that
Away
was
from
it.
the water?
It's all his fault. Everybody blame the Septile.
The other Septile just left.
Yeah, it's funny how a Grovile also broke time one time. It seems like a coincidence. God dang it, Grovile. They just seem to have a history, don't they? That particular evolution line. Rico line is cursed to break time.
How is your shot doing? How are the players doing?
I am stress eating,
Hmm.
for lack
Wait,
of a
out of
better
character?
term. Yeah, a little bit.
Oh dear.
That-
That's never
that-
good.
Yeah, that headache kind of did a number on me,
Mhm.
and I think I ate so much my stomach started to be like, no, stop eating. That's why I've been quiet for most of the time and just been waiting for my medicine to stop with the after effects. I didn't want to have to cause a session to get stopped again, so
Fine.
all right. Cast AMA. That stuff got answered.
There is
Well,
one question that Neo asked before.
Yeah. I don't think it was
It was answered.
It was
no,
answered in
it-
text, but not on stream.
yeah.
This is true.
It was fun to answer.
If you'd
was
like
fun.
to answer it, you can.
The funny thing was is that it was because I was talking with Neo about how Padrock uses 3 meter or at least attempts to make use of it every chance he gets. So he got that question of Meh.
Orcha wants you to answer.
Or
So I'll ask the
bad.
question.
I've already answered it though. She's just meowing because I picked her up.
Meow.
I'll answer it. I'll ask the question though. Dear Padrock, since you're in possession of the move Dream Meter, I'm curious about what dreams taste like. And I
Taste? That seems like the wrong word for it. It's more emotions. It's similar to the second-hand emotion you might feel. Like the happy feeling you get from seeing a joyful friend, or that wince you get when you see someone get hurt.
It's like followed by a bright Padrock emote.
Which doesn't show up on the screen, but that's okay.
Unfortunate. But we can see it here. That's the important part.
It's like the closest one had to like being. It was the best thoughtful one that I had.
Mm-hmm. Right as Neo went to bed too.
No, that doesn't work. Nope, doesn't work. Oh well. Can't hot link images from Discord anymore, Sag.
indeed.
Yeah, and it is really kind of silly that thing's a problem now. It's like, it's right there. Why do you not let me use it?
Discord sucks.
Discord
So,
really does suck. At
we-
this point.
Await the Absol to return.
Come to think of it, has anybody gotten that new, like, Nitro beta feature that's been getting filtered out, which was something along the lines of notification noises?
Mhm.
So instead of getting Badoop, you get something like Quack or Bloop.
Nope.
Yeah, I ended up getting that. And it's silly because it's a feature only you can hear and they still expect you to pay for it. I'm so sick of this.
It's a personal customization.
Yeah, a personal basic feature that shouldn't be paid for. I'm sorry, but this is only something you can hear. Why should you have to pay for this? Especially since you can't customize it. I'm sick of it.
Nor do I care.
I'm sure if you really want to customize your Discord sounds, you can go into the program files and modify
I
them.
know, right? It's like, why would you not just do that through a third-party means? I don't understand. Why do I have to pay for such a basic feature?
Is what it is.
Feels like anything new that Discord adds, it's always locked behind Nitro. I don't really understand why.
Hello.
Hmm. Okay, let me think. I need to think on this for a bit. Because I want to go to Lilac Town. But I also want to check out Humbletown and Solara Town. Just places we have not been in a while.
Could be fun to take a day trip.
I mean, that is why I suggested one of the ideas was to map hop, look around.
There are a couple of things that will happen in New Treasure Town, by the way. This section.
Oh,
So whether we decide to map hop before or after those,
Mao.
I thought that was being said in here.
I'd say one map hop. Until things happen.
Forgive me in advance. I really don't know a whole lot of what I want to do, so like I'm just kind of going with the flow here.
Fair.
it's kind of just been everyone.
Mhm.
I'm quite happy. I had ideas, so I'm happy.
Did anybody here play that Indigo Park yet?
Nope.
It seems cute.
I haven't played it as that kind of game as my jam, but I did watch a playthrough of it, and it's clear the developer has a lot of heart for it. The
Little animatic
Rambly was a
thing.
lot of fun to watch, so not one I'd play, but I definitely hope that developer does well because it seems to
Yeah,
have
like,
a good vision.
like I do enjoy Rambly and how he's just very self-aware, but at the same time though, it's basically another Poppy's Playhouse kind of game, which is not a bad thing. It's just
No.
it seems like there's a formula being done that a lot of people are making use of now.
I don't know. I feel like that sounds a bit that seems a bit derogatory towards it.
What do you mean?
Like from what I've seen, like from the design of Poppy to the thing, it just
What I'm saying is like
like from like what I've seen from Poppy stuff is like looks a lot more childish focused, and like the Poppy design is like something you see like there's no fucking way a company would ever intentionally make that as a mascot. Whereas this person is actually trying to make the park
yeah.
seem like it could have been a park sometime.
Somewhere in the
I don't-
past it was, yeah. But I like the way they're going with it in Indigo Park because it
Mhm.
actually has like a cohesive introduction. Especially, honestly, the funniest bit was the one where in the chase scene, it's just like, welcome aboard, new staff. When he realized he was being chased, he's just like, wait, this is for staff. Oh, welcome aboard, new staff. Shuts the door. Like, hey, buddy, what you been doing? Literally being running. Like, why are you running? Sees what they're being chased by. Oh, I see. That was great. Oh no.
What's up? What's up?
Look what he posted in creations.
What
Then-
is the original version of that artwork?
Looks like
it was something I sent him a little while back, and he plastered that face over it, I guess, and just called it a fucking joke. I don't know.
Oh, wait.
art from Sudi.
Neo posted the artist's name.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Neo, I thought you were going to bed. But yeah, you can kind of see where he was going with on that silly joke because of the fact that it was very close to what he does because of the whole crown thing.
Oh, hi, Apollo's back. Oh, shall we continue?
Yep.
Yeah, time to move along.
After
PMD
you.
Terminus. I have never seen this before. Oh, okay.
Good webcomic.
Yeah. Yeah,
gonna
okay,
say
I
the
see.
right one.
Yeah, I see. I will bookmark this since I've not seen it before. Thank you, Neo.
That's it. Glacy,
Yes.
chime in with our friend here if I say something wrong.
Alright.
Let's see. So Rain would set the tea down and just kind of lean forward on the table. Fingers, paws put together as he just thinks. Right. The last 72 hours. Sending you off on your mission was one thing. It's fine. It happens. It's normal. We were sending others off on missions as well. The moment we realized there was a spatial disruption, a spatial and temporal disruption over in Cassius City ruins, we immediately knew something was wrong. And thus we immediately called for a recall of any and all rescuers that we could. Any and all rescuers we can contact. If they didn't get brought back immediately, they came back after their mission was completed. Lucas and Glacialis. Where's Glacialis? There's Glacialis. Okay, there she is. Lucas and Glacialis were kind of losing it for a while. Meanwhile, Araya Eladios came around and explained something has gone terribly wrong. Along with Ariel. Getting a small party together, the three of them moved off towards where you guys were last seen and made sure no one else could follow. As I'm sure you've heard, Team New Dawn wanted to come along and assist any way they could. But they were told no, both due to their injuries and we could not risk what happened to you happen to them. There was no guarantee that you would make your way back after all.
Considering we went back into our previous past and lives before we evolved and everything leading up to that point.
From Ariel's, shall we say, information. You were neither in the past nor the future. You were basically in a negative space, a broken space. Things weren't going to make sense there.
A
But
null zone?
Hmm?
A null zone?
effectively, yes.
Broken universe, as they called it.
Honestly, I looked at it and said shatter space. Because it
Be
looked like
that
a
as it
broken mirror.
may, the unfortunate side of things, however, is that world will show different perspectives, different things that have happened, be it in this timeline or a different one. Different outcomes, different possibilities, different effects. Those who ended up in that broken universe usually don't come out. And I imagine you guys got out of there by some stroke of luck, but you ended up here. We were trying to figure out a way to basically grab and bring you back as fast as we could, if that was even possible. Though I am getting ahead of myself. About the 24-hour mark is when we made sure that anyone and everyone was aware that not go to that location whatsoever. Do not send rescuers towards Cassia. Cassia City was under full lockdown. No one could leave. No one could go in.
So a dead zone?
Effectively, beyond making sure the city had resources to spare, we cannot risk too much motion in that general vicinity lest we find more people being dragged into the broken universe. I know that as more and more people learned what happened to you all, more and more people tried their best to find means to grab you and bring you back. 24 Hours In was also about the time that Eden started trying to work on a project to find and retrieve you all. Though, short answer is it would have led to them basically making a path into the area. And, well, never tell Eden he can't do something, because he can. And knowing that,
Are you saying
I
he's a
don't-
mad scientist?
pretty much, yes. I say it with love, but also say it in fear. Even then, it is best to not try to access that place through other means unless you find yourself creating another special disruption, one of which that we are currently trying to figure out how to close if the last report from Mariah is consistent.
I'll be honest with you. I'm surprised one of these didn't happen sooner, considering just how brittle it seems around Cassia.
No, the sooner was the distortions. After the distortions came more situations, and now we're sitting here looking at, well,
Something
this.
that broke through.
Oh, hey, Glacialis.
I have a report.
Okay.
The rift is closed. And they're heading back now.
Close.
Excellent. Some of the best news I've heard all day.
They managed to close that? I thought that was going to be a permanent scar or something.
They spent the last 4 days trying to fix it.
I'm surprised it's something that can be fixed.
Well, what happened to the area around it? Or in it?
I'd rather not even know.
Then let's ask the question that I'm pretty sure the entirety of Team Eclipse would love to know. Paula said it best. Do we have any idea how this happened to begin with?
We've been trying to investigate the area. The few people who were actually allowed in. The only conclusion that I can come to was that Eternus' power was setting off distortions until it broke. But that may not even be true.
So a potential case is that Eternatus is the one that may have been a cost of this.
Well,
Which, by extension, means that all Engel has to do is put up a hell of a fight, and then one of these pops up again.
that's kind of what I was going to mention, is when we fought him, it wasn't but minutes later that I heard the sound of what sounded like glass cracking. And then nothing.
I hate to imagine that could be true.
All
I
the more
really,
reason we need a full court press counter against everything Engel's got to throw at us.
But if fighting him just breaks out another rift, what can you do about that?
Everything that he needs to do is something that needs to be countered.
In this case, priority starts with trying to figure out how to stop him from being able to access their, I suppose, curse. This blessing that they're utilizing.
we need some way to stabilize this space so that what Engel does doesn't cause a break again like that.
Or we fight, or he needs to be fought and taken down in a space that's stable, even if temporarily.
Bedrock
Maybe.
is even.
Yes, Padrock.
If this is related to the Eternus thing, this might not be a solution that... This wouldn't be a long-term solution, but it sounds like we need something that can at least last a fight. What if we made something like the Red Chain? Clamp down his ability to utilize Eternus.
What even happened to the
Now
last
that you
one?
think it, now that you mention it, Paulo chimes in. Theoretically, that could work, given his link to Eternus. I'm not sure how Mugandina that would go down with Mugandina, but it would severely choke. It would, at the very least, throw him off balance. But
As far as we
No.
know, go on, Bob.
the real question becomes, how do we craft our own? The only person who knew anything about crafting the Red Chain got blown to hell and back with about half a dozen pounds of thermite, thanks to Kua.
And that's
Didn't we have one of those for Castor?
well,
Yes, you forget that I reformed it to put on Casper. At least until he broke it.
Yeah, there's one instance that I did think about. And you say that he's been blown to Kingdom Come, but his ghost has been haunting us ever since we noticed he was around. How many times did we come across him now?
No, not a ghost. Clones.
It was a metaphor, okay? Metaphorically, he's been haunting us. Though his most recent clone we found bloodied. Beaten
Well,
to a piece of pulp.
you can thank Mugandina for that. And frankly, it looked personal.
Were those even him? I thought they were just other Malamar.
Other Malamar, but they did share the markings. And, not to put too fine a point on it, his mannerisms too. I don't know how many times you ever ran into that guy. He was seriously bad news.
Personally, I never did. Given the stories, I never want to.
I mean, he seemed quite crazed.
Reuven?
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just listening. Decided to come over and sit down. Partake.
Apparently, so does Kua.
Though, I have been hearing reports about the Zealots having... At least, hearing reports about the Zealots having a sign or this other coming of Zor Ellen. Haven't seen it for myself, but... How many times have you seen this now?
Close to half a dozen times now.
A different person each time?
Different clone each time, yes.
Matching the exact same marks.
Correct.
Should we
Could
try
be
to...
they're onto something, or they're using us, or they're using the clones as a psychological warfare tactic. Try and get in our heads.
Not sure why they're trying to get into your heads. Any chance we can capture one of them? Although then again, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near one of those deranged lunatics.
Assuming we even know there's another one, I mean, like the last one that we met, yes, he was quite crazy, but, remember when I said that he was beaten to a pulp and left there in a bloody mess?
I take it they're no longer among the living.
No.
I see.
Good.
What you saw of him would not have been rated stream-worthy.
Fair enough. Raven would kind of sit back on their haunches and just think for a moment. Capturing one would be a good idea to figure out more information. However, I think we can rely on our Zoroark friend here to figure out something. After all, if we're talking about the red chain, there's a good chance they can take it off.
Why
I
not
will-
create something that doesn't revolve a red chain, then? They wouldn't know what it does, would it?
I will say, in terms of Mugen Daina and Eternatus as a whole, as far as we know, they're separate consciousness. They're no longer really one thing. So if we were to wind up Angle in it somehow, then it may not even affect Mugen Daina. Or it may. I honestly have no idea how this whole thing's working between them.
Right.
But I will say that after Casper tore off the red chain, he gave it back to me. I've been keeping it under lock in Eden's facility.
Is it still broken?
I can fix it, but
But what?
getting it to a point that you can put it on angle, that's going to be the challenge.
I mean, originally, wouldn't the problem have been getting it on in the first place?
That's exactly the
First
point.
Well, there's no real difficulty in getting him to come to you if you're in a fight with him. He seems to favor getting up in your face. If you could somehow grab him and snap that onto him,
I can probably do that.
Who's to say what'll happen after that? If he somehow breaks it off or gets away with it and snaps it, uses it against you somehow.
Don't know how Red Chain would be able to affect any of us. It was made, at least, the iteration of the Red Chain that was used back in my day was made with Eternatus in mind.
Yes, but not you directly. If they can manipulate the red chain in some way to make use of, say, Necrozma, putting it on angle may be the most dangerous thing we ever do.
and what if that's the only option?
Even
Either that or
then,
a rift.
even when Zor-Elon managed to get the red chain onto Eternatus, I couldn't help but notice he was barely able to control Eternatus at the time. It was only when they broke free that Eternatus was able to reach their full power.
It was more containment than a controlling device. The research
And-
they used to create it was never properly finished.
Well, isn't containment what we need? Like, I'm more worried about the risk of him managing to rip it off, like Gaster could. But we just need to last long enough to finish the fight before he can puncture another hole in space-time.
And that's where the
Yes.
problem lies.
And that's the thing I need to figure out.
I think I'm the only one here sturdy enough to be able to take a blow from him and catch him in the same instant. Whoever is going to snap it onto him, however, would have to be someone else other than me. Because if I'm busy holding him down, I can't do that and snap that thing onto him.
And who's to say he might not damage you physically either?
Who knows? He's already messed with my head with one rift. What's another?
Whatever the case, we need to be extremely careful, no matter what we do.
I'm just trying to think. It's not a bad idea, the red chain. But also be important to figure out two more things. One being keeping him from running away with it, and keeping others from trying to run away with him.
I wonder.
Our shooter. You remember Elvar, I'm sure.
How could I forget?
When we took down Ingo here, he was effectively dead to rights. Before that shooter came along and snatched him out of here.
This time he did not interfere, however.
He wasn't needed.
Who's to say he wasn't there waiting?
Fair.
You'd have always been prepared had that rift not opened up.
Maybe he got caught in that same rift. If he was in the area, he would have been caught in it too.
True, but we don't know.
Chances are even Ingo wasn't prepared for that to happen.
Cassia City ruins seems to be a very important, landmark. And it was the first place where a rift appeared at the same time.
I will say, given that last piece that Ingo took, I believe that all the pieces have been cleared out of the ruins.
So we won't be finding him there anymore.
Unlikely. And even when Araya and Lucas and Danica have been there, they never noticed anything. It's as if they aren't there. We may have just found the last.
Speaking of, Levi will look down to Glacialis. Did you guys happen to find a throw and sock and get them out of there?
Good point.
They saw a pair running out when the rift opened up. They're panicked, but can't really say that we really understood what they were doing, who they were.
At least they made it out then.
Okay, that's a good. That's good.
Apparently, Levi is familiar with them.
Oh,
It's not important. Go ahead, Lacey.
I was going to say, you see a shadow start to come down from the sky.
Heads up.
It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's an Araya.
It's a plane.
Danica?
One moment.
Little radar dish.
Heliodisc.
You never did enjoy flying, did you?
By the dragons if I ever have to do anything like that again.
I didn't think that steel types could get sick.
Oh,
Rain-
trust me, we can.
Well, no,
We just get
not
sick different ways.
just. Yeah, okay.
Rain's going to look to Emmy and just put up a 3. And then point to the 3.
Well, you could barely walk when I left. So we figured he'd give you a ride. Araya just lowers down to the ground, enough to where she can get off.
That was bad. Even by my standards, that was bad.
All right. You get my seat. Come on.
Thank you, Apollo. I'm glad to see all of you made it out of there alive.
I
Yeah,
can
that
only
makes
imagine-
all of us.
Honestly, I can only imagine the headache you got when that rift opened up.
I still have it. You just see Danica just massaging her temple. It's just like, oh god,
Would you like a painkiller?
I could go for 2.
Well,
I just hope
maybe I can help you a little bit. Just a little bit.
Meanwhile, a cup of water floats over to her.
Like a
Thank
cup of
you.
water floats over and then just God Ray.
Alternatively, I could always swing by Sunrose and get a couple of personberries. Get them into a drink.
It has been a particularly rough few days.
Yeah, we missed majority of it. We've been trying to learn what all happened.
Not
You-
the easiest thing to do.
Short version, we were trying to keep people out of falling into the rifts.
Good, they wouldn't have survived.
You know, I would have thought seeing a giant black hole in the world would have kept people away.
Sometimes people can't help but be curious.
I
And
would have used stupid, but that works too, I guess.
And unfortunately, if you were unlucky enough to get caught in the initial radius of the rift,
Stairs.
but I digress. The rift is, at least for now, not going to cause immediate danger. More so than it already has, if you ask me, but I digress. But in saying that, you all are very lucky. I don't know what it would have been like in there, but it couldn't have been good.
I guess to put into context, reliving your past life all the way from the moment you were born to when you evolved.
I
to then
see.
everything after the fact. And even things you never saw before yourself.
Yeah, I was kind of seeing echoes of trauma.
Things that I
Hmm.
never actually personally experienced, but they still manifested. Like with my 2 cousins. The Meow Stick,
Hmm.
I saw something that happened with them that I actually never personally saw myself until then. So it's kind of a burden on me that knowing that, and I kind of don't want to bring it up to them. Because if they somehow figured out that I knew, they would wonder how, and I couldn't really explain it.
Hmm. This is a bad omen. Glacialis, we may need to expedite our emergency plans at this rate.
Well, the ruins have been shut down. They're under lockdown from anyone getting in or out. But what happened in them, I'm not even sure if it's possible it can happen anywhere else other than when it goes around.
Other than
Did it cut me off?
Yes.
1 second.
you said other than, and then it just went.
Other than when it goes around.
So safe to say he's a walking, talking issue. Like more an issue than he already is. But now he's a walking, talking distortion issue.
That is putting it lightly, Greenhorn.
Fair enough. I can't even begin to argue it.
Given that Eternatus has been shown to be able to create distortions, even way back since the conflict of Nudon, I'm terrified to imagine what else it could do to this space.
I think I
You
can
meant-
think of one.
You meant if he gains full control of Eternatus's capabilities, we would not be prepared for a crisis of that caliber.
Then we need to stop him before that happens.
A second coming.
And we already have Necrozma to deal with.
A crisis in our world's current status
Do we know
that
the
could
next?
cause a
Sorry,
cause a chain reaction.
Do we know where the next Eternatus shard is?
We had already
Oh.
established that all pieces would be accounted for. Anything Engel hasn't picked up already, Castor got his hands on.
Or they were destroyed.
So if nothing else, take some solace in the fact that Eternatus's power unleashed, were it to happen, would not be as bad as the last time.
There is one concern I have. Yes, the plate pieces are split, but it's very obvious that there is a hive mind, as so to speak, that seems to operate separate from one another. If the pieces are separate, this seems to be the case, but if all the pieces were to be put back together, what happens?
Then I would
Eternatus would reconstitute.
Then I would highly suggest we keep Castor safe in more ways, in as many ways as we can.
That would also infer that Mugen Dino would be reintegrated into the part of Eternatus that Engel has.
Which, as we know, was the first crisis. And we would have a second coming on our hands.
Precisely.
I will be honest. In this time, I would give anything to have your friend's ability to communicate with Eternatus. But given the current circumstances, we can't exactly pray for a miracle.
I certainly can.
You're honestly probably better off without too, given what happened to Casper.
Indeed.
Hey,
Okay.
Danica,
Yes.
I've always wondered. Have you ever had a patron exactly? Like, do you borrow some sort of abilities, like, similar to how I borrow from Jirachi?
To be honest, I've never really put too much thought into it. The abilities I have demonstrated, while yes, they do align with those of, say, Dialga or Celebes, they aren't a one-to-one match. I am willing to bet it is a side effect of my unusual connection to the Temple of Time, and whatever power it draws it sources it from. It is
Oh, sorry.
hard to. It is hard for me to say where it comes from.
Rain kind of puts a hand on his face for a moment in thought before lifting it up. Say, Apollo,
What's on your mind?
how good are you with a sword?
Apollo lifts his paws up, turns them over. I can't hold a sword worth a damn, and I'm a little iffy about holding one in my mouth. I've got
To
my
be
horn,
fair-
but that's it.
To be fair, your paws may as well be swords.
Well, it was
Yeah.
worth a shot. I remember hearing something about your legacy with that. Otherwise,
I mean,
me.
a previous life of me, if the research that Reuven and Kua was anything to go by, a previous iteration of me descended from a long line of what humans would call knights, and they were notoriously good with swords.
What does that make me?
I wouldn't know.
Well, it was worth a try. At any rate, if we're gonna have a second coming, then we might as well follow the same steps. That includes taking a trip to the Slumbering Weald. I'm sure if you don't remember the path, Louis can take you there. It's only been a while since he's last been there.
When you go through a place like that, you don't forget your way.
There's also the further progression of the mystery dungeons. Who even knows if the Slumbering Weald is, well, it never was safe, but it could be a hellscape by now.
It could be.
The last time we went there was a long time ago, I think.
You didn't even go there.
And
When
I hate to
we-
say it,
I
but
thought we did.
don't think we have much in the way of options.
It is an option, and in regards to taking care of somebody with an Eternatus blessed power, we're gonna need help.
Kua's
That's
going
an
to
option.
lean on the table when Alavi says that. You might be confusing it with another area. It was our team that went to the Slumbering Worlds.
When we went to the Temple of Time, I noted that the Slumbering Weald was in a different direction, and I insisted we don't go there.
Well, maybe a reason to go now. Or at the very least, figure out other means to reduce the amount of corruption and distortion that is going on. There has to be other options, not just that. That idea is simply a option to take care of Ingo. which I think we can all agree needs to be taken care of one way or another.
That does bring up a question. If Khaleesi's gonna say something, go ahead.
Well, do we even know what happened to the sword and shield after that battle? Did you keep it, or did the dogs run away from them with them?
I kept the swords, but I placed them back in the slumbering well, knowing that if somebody was going to need them later, that would be the place to look for them. I did not, however, tell anyone that that was what I had done with them. And that was intentional. Because if anyone was trying to find those things to get them out of the way, I would have been the first person they'd go after, and when they looked with me, they wouldn't have found them. But if in the future, Turnus came back and somebody was looking for a solution to that, Slumbering Well would have been the first place they'd look.
And let's hope no one heard you say that just now.
Well,
Time's of the essence. Take care of this then.
if I may, with my question.
Mhm.
You ask if somebody can wield a sword. I kind of believe I might be able to, but I've never actually used one.
I don't think it would be you using it either.
Then who?
The sword and shield are used to summon them, not used to fight.
Oh. Oh, okay. The second question, on the other hand, was the progress of the cure to Gigas, which I feel should be a pressing matter as of now. And something came to mind in the case of Salvadite. The naming convention of it implies that it would be a salve. That's not something you ingest, that's something that you apply to somebody's skin, fur, anywhere that the infection may have been. It's strange.
I think it has something to do with the place that it came from rather than a different word. I wouldn't really know.
It's just me spitballing ideas at this point.
It's not a bad suggestion, actually.
Maybe that's why it didn't work when we tried it on you before.
Levi's kind of just sitting back and pondering that quietly. It's a good idea. We can look into it. Although, well, I don't think there's a way for us to know that. With the resource so far gone, maybe that's what they meant.
Absol stalking.
I'm actually gonna just.
Amazing. Just kinda.
He does notice her about here, but once outside of view, he thought she just kept walking.
He kind of just nudges his side with her forehead.
There's a small jolt. He quickly looks over, but
She whips out his bracelet.
oh, thank you. Almost immediately, he would have go and put it back on.
Lucia and I recently took out what we could out of her.
So you had a decent idea as to what happened, or did it record it?
It's kind of broken up and a little gibberish. It's like the space itself was interfering with what it was seeing.
So effectively, we experienced a Lovecraftian horror. Good to know.
Lovecraft. What?
It's a book reference. I'm sorry.
You can talk to those two about it. Points over at Ku and Reuven. But humans write about some very interesting things.
Interesting. It's a good word for it.
I mean, I understood horrors, but Lovecraftian? What kind of a word is that?
One particular individual was
Had issues.
very enthusiastic about their horror writing.
I'll take your word for it.
Had issues. The best way to put it. Go ahead, AK.
Author took a lot of writing about fear of the unknown, and if you take a deep dive into all the things they wrote about, it's clear what they didn't know about was a lot.
Is that Araya just...
Nope.
Thank you, random motorcycle in the distance.
The timing was impeccable.
Classy.
Classy.
I will say, though, what it could pick up is a little complicated to explain, because the space itself was... Well, Ariel recognized it, but the things that happened in it, those are a little bit of an anomaly in of themselves that even Aether can really document very well. And you said that you saw visions of things.
I think it was different for every one of us.
It was different for every one of us. Some of us saw things that we've all saw things that were of the past.
A lot of which related to ourselves, except for one.
Some things are related directly to us. Other things were directly related to us by tangents, degrees, if you will.
Well,
If nothing else, I take at least a little relief in the fact that you didn't see anything of the future. We would be extremely fucked if that was the case.
Levi paused a moment. And just like thinking for it to himself. Nope, I didn't see anything in the future. You guys?
No, only the past.
Oh, definitely all the past.
Hello?
Nothing from the future.
Well, there you go.
That wasn't patently evident by the fact that I was, getting around on two legs.
The only thing that we saw, last I'm going to say, Lacey. The only thing we saw of the future was after we were all together and we saw a lot of, people here that were expired.
the shadows.
They,
So,
they seemed similar to distortions.
If
so
nothing else, we haven't hit the point of no return yet.
Go ahead, Lacey.
So, while Aether was able to pick out these strange black blobs that you seem to be fighting, Levi, the things that you say you saw, Aether didn't even notice. You were mostly just standing in the open space, reacting to things that Aether couldn't see.
So we were just fighting shadows.
Believe him?
And when you came back together and you proceeded, all Aether could pick out was the things that you were fighting. It could pick up you talking about Zorelin and Angle and whatnot, but it didn't see any of the things that you saw. It's like they weren't even there. Just the shadows.
Just the shadows.
Something wanted us to see that.
Whatever this broken universe was doing, it was projecting them straight into your minds. They weren't there.
Makes sense, given what we were seeing.
That just raises the question: if someone wanted you to see those, why?
And who? More importantly, did you guys see things that were in your past? Or someone
Yes.
else's?
I saw.
It was my past very explicitly. Except for one particular instance that I don't think was me.
Yeah, similar with me. I've already explained it once.
Well, I told you about it earlier, but it was one of each.
Same. For me, it was getting a view into after I ran away. My parents' perspective. It was something I would never have known, but directly related. The other was family that I never met. Talking about my parents. I think it was my mom's mom with a massive ninetails.
See. Curiouser and curiouser.
Question. You mentioned this before, but how large was the Ninetails?
Think Reuven and Cleo stacked on top of each other.
You mean like the size of Kua?
Yes.
Just gonna continue things and then you update again.
Busy soul.
Just sad.
Extremely busy soul.
I'll hold off when it was back then.
Yeah, I'll keep going though.
Imagine, Kua, a Ninetails about the exact same size as you.
Actually, I think they're bigger than Kua.
What?
Kua looks down at Reuben. Like, you see him think for a moment before giving his head a small shake. I don't think I could carry that.
Pokemon that big does happen. Rarely. But it's not impossible.
I have a decent idea of where they may be personally, if I were to go look for them, but I don't have time to do that right now.
I think the term used in olden days was alpha Pokemon.
Like
Hmm.
a pack leader?
You could say.
That seems
They're
very
a lot-
strange.
They're a lot bigger and a lot stronger than others of their species.
I've heard
Yeah.
rumors of other regions having similar phenomena.
Any reason why that happens? Do we know? It seems
Could
as
be
if it's been
genetics.
phased out.
Drugs. Could be anything. Nutrition. Factors of their location. There's no rhyme or real reason.
Didn't you guys run into one of them recently on the mountains?
Yeah, Dawn fan.
Thought I heard those stories, right?
It was abnormally large, but it didn't seem all that too much trouble in comparison, but it did give us a little bit of trouble trying to get through it.
That's because we kept outsmarting it.
Because it seemed overtly aggressive.
Yeah, meanwhile, the one I mentioned is... They seemed rather thoughtful, although very territorial. But... they're known as the Devil of the Peak. They're somewhere to the northeast.
Devil of the Peak.
I do feel the need to give a warning, however.
Hmm?
Do you remember the Pokemon Kyrilos that we mentioned before? It's been a while.
Elaborate.
The ancient being that was apparently awoken when time went crazy after you fought Dialga.
Fearless. Okay.
While we still don't really have much information on it, supposedly it was also an alpha Pokemon.
I see.
So if you run into it, you may be in for a hell of a fight if it attacks you. Kyrilos was known to be vicious in its time.
So when you say Devil at the Peak, there's a reason why they call it that, if that is what you believe to say. If they are that difficult to fight, then I could imagine.
I'm pretty sure there's a reason for it. Both in fear factor as well as actual power. Well, as well as actual power and location. I remember when we got there, I was walking through snow for a moment, looking into that memory.
There's only a few places in the region I can think of that have snow.
And they're in mountains.
Yep.
So when this is all over, I intend to take a trip to Sky Peak.
I've been waiting to see that place forever.
You
Do
can
you
come
really
with
want to
me.
go so cold?
Do you really want to what?
Do you really want to go to someplace so cold?
I don't see the problem. You're a fire type.
I don't think he's worried about himself. And if I can find a means to prepare, yes. But I probably should find something to prepare first.
Well,
Even then, we are getting off topic.
Fear may pose up something on her bracelet. You guys heard a sound before you blacked out, didn't you?
It was
Before
the
you...
sound of shattering glass.
No,
yeah.
before you woke up here.
I think so.
I would
Aether-
appear if you have to remind me, Galaxy.
Yeah, same.
Aether managed to record it. I'll just play it again.
That's a sound, indeed. Yes, I remember that.
Yes, but what the hell is it?
The cry's heavily distorted, but it does trace back to some recordings that people have made when going on expeditions. You mentioned the Pokemon. You remember who?
Out of all the shadows, the most distinct one looked like a creature with a ring along the center of its chest, as if it was
Arceus?
Arceus. Yes. It looked very much like that, so there was many other legendaries surrounding it, but that was the most distinct one.
I was focused on the fact that all of the legendary Pokemon that support us were there.
Well, here's a little bit of news. When that sound played, an enormous amount of information flooded your unit. Just jumbled up, completely foreign. It's gonna be a hell of a time to decipher, but we're gonna be working on that for a while.
You think it's a message?
Who knows? You know, if it came from Arceus himself in that broken universe, frankly, this could be a gold mine. But perhaps if we can even figure out what it says, this is something well beyond any of us, frankly.
So if we can't put this puzzle together, who do we know of that might be able to?
Ariel has some mild familiarity to it, but it seems to be a language that, like, I don't even know how to explain it.
Sounds like stars twinkling.
It's gonna take some research. And cast history, timelines, whatever, but we're gonna be doing our best to figure this out. This is huge.
Which means it sounds like I'm getting a few more sleepless nights.
Honestly, Danica, you best be thankful that you didn't just go between realms as if you were a realm walker or something.
Perhaps.
It's funny. I wanted to name the team that before we got our team name.
Well, now we have a reason.
Yep. But
So, doesn't it seem a little on the nose?
I mean, I thought the realm walkers sound really cool, and then we ended up doing it.
Literally.
Fear may kind of just gives a little smile to them. Huh? Who knows? A team name could always be in the way.
I don't know. Realm Walkers makes it seem like we're doing it intentionally.
True.
Or that we have any control over it.
Maybe that's the point. We don't have any control over it, yet we still return regardless.
Realm Stumblers?
How many times have we been thrown into a different place? I remember when we went back into the past 3,000 years. We still
Realm
came back from
Trippers.
that.
I will say that on another note. So we focused on Ingo for a while. We focused on the distortions as a whole. Has anybody seen any sign of Arnell after the mountain blew up? Any sign of Lethero at all? And any sign of Necrozma?
Arnell has been quiet lately. The lower zealots have been having increasing activity lately, but as far as Arnell, Engel, Lethero, we haven't really seen much from them. It's like they're plotting something.
So after Engel and the portal was made, Engel disappeared off the map for a while.
Mhm.
Noted.
He got wrapped in it just as much as we did.
But did he get out like we did?
There were signs of him, but most people, like, if they got a trail, they just went cold. He didn't really want to be followed.
Seems like a wild unknown chase.
True. But but they've all been quiet.
And as far as Necrozma goes, while there have been sightings of it in the sky in occasional places, supposedly he gets chased off by what people describe as some kind of bat.
Bat. Wait. How big was this bat?
Large as far as we know.
Did it seem circular in some way?
And did it only appear at night?
As far as we know, kind of matches up, yes.
That may have been Lunala.
Yeah, that sounds like Lunala.
Yes, it is.
We had an encounter.
We've
with it
had
once.
the pleasure of meeting that one.
Granted, we weren't fighting them, but we did get caught in the crossfire with a battle between them and some friends of Levi's, quote unquote.
Friends?
I say,
Really?
I say quote because they had to bear the same marks you did. Only
Yes,
they-
and they were also not only from different cults, but also out of their damn minds.
like I said, friends.
Regardless, if Luna was here, she may be your best bet at staying safe with the skies.
That's good. At least there's something keeping that thing at bay. Hopefully, I can figure out a means to keep it there, keep it that way.
But we haven't seen any traces of her other half,
Other
at
half.
least what legends tell of it.
If there's a moon, there must be a sun.
And we haven't seen that yet.
There's another one?
Well, yeah. Consider it. Lunala is the legendary of the moon. What's the other big sky object?
Well, yeah, the sun, but there's one that represents that one too? I haven't
It would
seen
make a
it.
whole lot of sense if that was the case.
Hey, Glacian.
Hmm?
Given it's been like, just which legendary's Padrock is allowed to have knowledge of, would it make sense for him to have knowledge of the other one?
Most likely.
Yeah, the knowledge of that. The other one we'd be looking for is more feline.
Do they
Feline.
share any traits with the other?
Out of character,
As in, basically he's asking, do they bear that same, like, starry pattern that they have around their head? Because they seem to have a very unique texture to their starry appearance. You know how that one has
you know how Lunala had that visor-ish face?
yeah, with the ones with the stars and the constellations and such.
Siligano has a similar thing going on with theirs.
Well, that's at least an identifier. Though, Kua, why are you leaning in? Are you wanting to say something?
Kua's eyes. Oh, just the remark about the best bet about being safe. Safe in the skies.
I'm sure you're giving an out too.
I'm sure other battle keep
I-
us safe.
Can't be everywhere. Still hurts a little to hear.
You're appreciated.
Although I do remember back in Cassia Town, before it really developed into a city, The mark of the Wayfinders had symbols similar to Lonel and Zergalio.
Give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. So I think it's out of my system.
That was a moment.
I just needed a moment.
See?
But let me think. There's a lot here. There's a lot of good we can do. There's a lot of harm we can do. No matter of how we want to go about doing this. Zane.
Mhm.
Go ahead and pursue researching the red chain and seeing what we can do to immobilize Angle. Even if it's something as small as a syringe that has the same kind of energy that they can't simply remove and move somewhere else.
I'll do what I can.
You're creative. I got faith in you.
Thanks.
That said, Danica,
Yes.
much as I'd love for you to keep helping us out, I'm not cruel. So please catch some sleep. If you need help, we have resources for you.
I can also suppress their powers if we need.
Unfortunately, I don't think that's a wise idea with how tumultuous everything is now.
We'll survive for at least 8 hours.
That being said, if another crisis comes, call me.
I mean, you don't have to leave. We have plenty of beds available.
I'm sure Anak can have a place to spare. If you don't mind rooming with a Lowland Sand Slash.
We also have beds and rooms.
Yep. Lots of rooms in the manor.
Worst comes to shove, the couches in there have always been built to last.
And confirm.
And there are no windows facing the east, so you never have to worry about the sun glaring in when it rises.
That'd be wonderful.
I'm looking at a few of those right now, actually.
That's actually a really big plus. That's a really big plus. Even then, there's that. Glacialis.
Hmm?
Are there any heavy spots of distortion activity going on? Or have we already sent teams to take care of it today?
Well, Team Jungle went to... Team Jungle. They went to the forest to deal with some of the distortions that cropped up there. But outside the forests and occasionally the mountains, when the Zealots are acting, there haven't really been any other developments. Which is, I suppose, a good thing.
Okay.
However, that recent incident they had in the volcano, it seems to have pissed off a certain serpent.
Does the certain serpent have a name?
Rayquaza.
I'm going to roll Pokeyed.
Green. You got threes.
Pretty much everybody in town is going to hear in their head, "Fuck!"
Language.
as soon as Padrock hears that name.
Just like Olivia just looks at you like, language.
No, I'm with him on this one.
Wait, I didn't say that out loud, did I?
Yes, you very much did.
Rain just nods. You said it out loud.
You blew everyone's brains out with it, in fact.
I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't go that far.
I just one of you to go. Technically, you didn't. But okay.
Levi would just squint. Like, wait a minute. Isn't that the thing that pushed the giant red angry beast back into the volcano?
Yeah, that
That's
looks
the
like
one.
Yeah, the one that was the green snake-looking thing.
So why is it pissed off?
I mean, why is Groudon pissed off? I mean, I don't know.
Look, when we went up there, we thought it was Igor that woke him up. We found out it wasn't. Did we ever figure out what woke that fucker up?
Something else must have ticked it off. Probably that explosion.
Lacey was trying to say something.
Annika,
Yes.
there was a temple in the ocean, wasn't there?
Yes. Well, technically the ocean. More of an island, if anything.
It may be prudent for someone to go there at some point and investigate, because if you faced Groudon and Rayquaza's pissed off, we may want to be waiting for, well, heavy rainstorms, tsunamis, the like,
Why?
around the ocean.
No.
Where there is one, the other may follow suit. I understand.
Why?
Not fighting the ocean.
You're gonna have to elaborate on that. Is there another one just like Groudon?
The ocean's a merciless beast.
The great whale Rayquaza. Sorry, out of character. Padrock puts his head in his hand. The great whale Kyogre.
The Leviathan
Carver.
themselves.
Like,
Mhm.
Luvi is going to put both hands onto Padrock's shoulders, just face him directly, and just like, we are so doomed. We're the only
Yeah.
ones here that are weak to water type.
I
Which
like
is why
swimming, not drowning.
I'm going to make a professional suggestion that you do not handle this one.
Please.
I mean, I really would rather not.
I'll be honest with you. Those two are not exactly good against water. I don't think Apollo can swipe at targets effectively while trying to swim. And frankly, I'm not trying to get dragged under.
I will make
Right.
arrangements to send a few rescue teams to Faith Bay and see if we can, if not set up a defensive, try and figure out anything we can about the area. And if we need to, protect the temple.
If possible, let's see if we can fight it on solid land.
As long as nothing happens to the temples, I don't think we should be too worried. Well, worried more so than we already are.
You probably know better than any of us. Would it be prudent for us to take the amulet?
It wouldn't be ideal, but given the rate things are accelerating, it might not be the worst idea.
And if it needs to happen, we may wind up sending you in to get it.
Oh goody. Back to the Temple of Faith.
Not by herself, right?
Obviously.
If push comes to shove, I will go with you.
Danica would probably actually shake her head. I hate to say it, but if another rift opens, you and your team may be in a unique position to address it.
Address it?
The fact we were able to close up the rift and the timing of your escape. Call me superstitious, but I don't think that was a coincidence.
So we got jumped 3 days ahead in time on purpose?
Cassia has always had temporal anomalies. Without information from the outside world, I can't determine just how far that affects us.
I'll just say this much. I'm thankful it was only 3 days and not 3 years.
I don't know where we'd be if that happened.
Neither would I, and I don't want to think about it. I'm already kind of...
Well, the good news is it was only 3 days, and that's the reality we need to work with.
Padrock wonders aloud. You know, if we got that out 3 days later, I'm wondering, do you think those things could spit out people 3 days before?
I don't want to think about that too hard.
I dread the idea.
Can we not just not talk about that?
Yes, please, and thank you in advance.
I may need another drink at this rate.
Rain glances over to Emmy. Does a symbol for another round. Before just sitting back and just thinking, okay. Yeah. Cleo, are we going to be able to rely on you and yours to assist in some of these endeavors? She just gives a calm nod. Thank goodness. I have to get in contact with the Indicus Guildmaster and see what we can do to get some up there.
Speaking of the temples, on another subject, as far as we know, the 4 temples were in corners of Cassia. And Danica already has access to the Temple of Time. Temple of Faith is in the ocean. There's a few accounted for. The Temple of Insanity was on Drake Plateau. Ironically, near where the new Masters built their base. The Temple of Rejection, however, is in the mountains, near Sky Peak. It may... If anything happens to the temples, I don't really want to think about what could happen to Cassia, but we may not only need to worry about those 2 temples. At some point, I think it would be wise to pay a visit to them.
I've always seen those temples, but even as a child, I was told never walk too close to them.
There's good reason.
What happens if you do?
Consider what happened to Team New Dawn, how they changed, or Team Wayfinder, how they changed.
Right.
What happens if you walk too close to a tower would be best answered by the one sitting next to you. Levi says, pointing directly at Danica.
So they get type changed?
It
I'm
is
not
a
sure if that's
possibility.
I mean, I'm not sure that's quite the correct term, but...
I don't think it's just a place to get type changed, if I recall correctly.
Well, I wasn't implying that it was. I'm just saying, like, I don't see what happened with Danica other than that.
You've never seen her before, then?
No, I've not. In fact, we only met when we first appeared at that one sanctuary that they were residing in.
The Temple of Time.
That was our first meeting, so I've never actually met them before the way they look now.
It'd be worth going back through the readings and records and finding out more about the escapades of Team Wayfinder and their trials in the temples.
If need be, it may be worth investing in collecting the relics again. If Cassie needs protection with that kind of force.
Given that Rain would just think quietly. Given that we're looking at an in-level event, then yeah, we have to be willing to pull out all the stops.
Get all the help that we can get.
Honestly, I'm getting as much as I can possibly get with my connection with Jirachi. I don't really know what else I could do.
If I were you, I'd look into befriending another being of power. Another legendary being. Not for their blessing, but for their alliance.
I think we may already have. Remember when Zygarde showed their face here? They've been watching from the sideline, sure, but truth be told, the fact that they revealed themselves to us and what they've been doing is, I think, a sign of trust. Thus, I consider them to be an ally.
Yet at the same time, consider who they're attached to.
That's irrelevant in this regard.
You sure?
In one way or another, yes. I don't feel that the one that is attached to them is relevant to what Zygarde intends to do. If they are watching everything that goes on, there's a reason why they do it.
Yes. But here's the thing. When it comes to people being so close to a legendary, either one side influences the other. Despite where she is, I dare say she's not irrelevant just yet.
I mean, to be fair, she did come to us.
Yes. With positive tidings at that.
They came to you rather than the other team leaders. Or cult leaders, rather.
I feel like Levi may have had a hand in their decision in that regard.
Oh, most definitely.
So that's kind of my line in reasoning of why I believe that Zygarde is not an enemy, but an ally. Even if what they may be doing may be considered questionable.
Oh, I wasn't arguing if Zygarde was an ally or a friend. I was making sure you knew that both people were relevant to the case.
Well, yes, but I was more referring to their past and what they represented.
People can change. But tell you what. We can keep going around in circles on the nitty-gritty of this, but we have a decent idea of how to move forward.
If you,
We
if
have
you-
a plan.
Surprising.
I mean, I feel like if you need to find someone, Zygarde would really be the one to know.
True. And
If-
who knows? Oh,
Go ahead.
who knows? Rainbow glance over to Apollo. She may very well be able to help you out with your problem.
The way my problem is shaping up, I'll take all the help I can get.
If this person you're after is in Cassia, it's possible that one of the sellers may have seen them.
Worth looking into. But I want to try and nail down a few more leads before I start making any moves out in the open. This person even gets one whiff that I'm coming after them. There isn't a person here who won't be in the crossfire.
Of course. That said,
Yeah.
currently the guild's main objective is first securing Faith Bay. If Kyogre awakens, we need to be prepared. Secondly, is addressing what the Thodes are doing and figuring out how to handle Angle. Arnell is active.
Angle, old friends. What have you gotten yourself into?
Oh no, you're thinking Elvar.
Oh, well.
Sorry.
I can remember names.
Yeah.
E-
Elvar, someone with a gun.
Arnell has been active mostly in the mountains, and then we have our gunslinger to deal with. Figure out what he's doing.
That reminds me. Danica,
Yes.
you were friends with Engel once upon a time, correct?
Elvar.
Oh, was it Elvar?
Shakes E with E names with similar amount of syllables. Yeah. He and I go back. Way back.
I'm guessing you don't really understand his motives for why he's helping the cult, do you?
Danica would just shake her head. This is completely out of character for him. Yes, it's been a long time since I've seen him, but the Elvar I knew would never do something like this.
Actually,
Not
puts a
with-
thing-
Not without good reason, at least, but I'm failing to see it.
Olivia kind of just points a finger to his, like, chin, like, just kind of rubs it a little bit. What if he was brainwashed? Because,
Ew.
hear me out here, Danica. When we were in that realm, the shattered void that we were all in, we witnessed something that was troubling. You know how Zor-Ellen was really, really good at getting what he wanted and forcing people to do things they didn't want to? Engel, we saw everything. He was broken all the way through the mind until he bent to Zor-Ellen's will. And he's still enacting it even to this day. What if, with that clone that we saw, they did something similar with Elvar?
Hmm.
I know
If
it's a
they
bit of a
did-
hunch, but that's the best
Hunch.
lead I got.
And unfortunately, it is one I can neither confirm nor deny with the information we currently have. But I dare say it is a possibility. Fortunately, it's one that I can't confirm or deny, but it would make more sense than him willingly choosing to follow such a maniac.
Unless he had a good reason for it. Much like Zygarde observes without interfering, he may have had something that the cult was holding over his head.
Hmm. Hard to say if I'm being honest.
It really is troubling, and it's honestly giving me a headache even thinking about it.
Just promise me one thing. If you do encounter Elvar out there, knock some sense into him for me.
Oh, I will do it most gladly, because he's been messing with me in particular, and I do not much fancy that.
The mystery deepens once again.
There's too many unknowns. So there's Elvar, Engel, Arnell, Arlak. There's another loose end. And then we have the temples to deal with. And all around the Necrozma and Eternatus. We are going to have our pies filled for a long time.
As if we
You can
didn't
say that
already.
again.
I'll do my best to arrange things with Rain and the other guild masters to get something put together, something organized. Because we need to start acting quicker.
I will see towards planning a trip out to the Glades.
Don't do it alone, and don't do it immediately. Get some rest first.
Buddy system is also important right now.
I will see about recruiting one of your teams to assist.
And the way we've been developing with the airships and everything, getting out to places, it's a lot more easy than it was when the Wayfinders were around.
If I have to see that pirate ship again, it will be too soon.
Pirate ship?
Don't worry about it, you're not a Charmander.
Do not ask.
I don't even know what a...
I've heard the stories a few times. Definitely don't ask.
Is this about that Charmander?
Yes.
Particularly
And
unlucky one, yes.
Fair
to be
enough.
fair, who does that in response to what was about to happen?
Levi, oblivious, but he understands not to ask.
I remember you talking about it once before, but I kind of see why.
That said, the guild masters will be busy for the time being. However, I think we might be able to slip in an arrangement for you to go to the mountains to tend to what you need to do, Levi.
Sky Peak?
No. The camp.
Oh,
But you won't be going alone.
I
So
would
we'll
hope.
arrange for some help to take you there.
Yeah, me going there alone's a big no.
Especially given what that place was and your connection to it.
a ritual ground.
Pretty much. I'd rather not be by myself, because if I'm by myself,
Your mind wanders.
he would glance to Apollo and just... I would potentially do things unbecoming of a rescuer.
So, I remember when you were very ill-enthused when you found out what was going on there when we first went.
I had to remember where it was. When I remembered it, it all made sense. Now it's etched into my memory like a fucking stain.
That said, I'm gonna go and make some reports. Then I'll meet you there later in.
Right. A question.
Question for who?
The team. Can we go to Lilac Town for a bit?
To do what?
I want to check out the stores, as well as grab a little, some supplies.
Any reason why you couldn't grab them here?
Lilac
Different
Town has
stores.
special stores.
Different stores, yeah.
And let's be honest, we could use the walk.
All right.
If that is your plan, I think I'm going to turn in for the day.
I hope what I did earlier helped with the headache, sickness.
It will aid in the long term. Thank you.
Otherwise, actually, Rain would just look over like, otherwise, I will talk to Sunrose and arrange you a personberry smoothie, along with a few other berries if you desire. Good for
That would
clearing
be
that.
appreciated.
I feel like what Danica needs is something like a cool paste across their forehead so it cools off their forehead, the headache they get.
That
Just Danica with like the forehead towel.
Yeah, pretty much.
that will come with sleep. But for now, you all take your errand. Pun not intended.
So I feel like we should make time for making that cure as well, Levi, when we get a chance.
We can work on it a little bit more tonight. Though, I'm sorry, go ahead, AK.
That sounds good, though. I should probably tidy up the studying I was doing if I'm going to be away a while.
That'd be wise.
Be back.
With that, gentlemen, I shall take my leave. For now, at least.
Catch you later, Danica. Come back
Take care.
anytime.
With that,
And out of character, I will probably also exit stage left unless anyone needs anything from Danica real quick.
But I did give you.
a small thing.
Go for it.
Levi's gonna just walk over to Danica and just ask, or at least bring up. So, a question for you, Danica.
What's up, Greenhorn?
Every time. Just every time.
You get the feeling she's being a little smug about it.
And Levi's just like, once more, just like, I can't argue with this. God damn it.
You both have green and have literal green horns.
Yeah, I can't argue with it.
Go on.
So here's the thing. I've been applying some of the stuff I applied some of the stuff you taught me when it came to combat, and it's helped a lot. It's helped tremendously. But
I'm glad
now
to
I'm
hear it.
moving into learning maneuvers.
I see.
You know, grappling, tripping, pushing,
Dirty blows.
dirty blows.
Alright.
How are you with those?
She suplexed you. How do you think she is?
Hey, suplexing is one thing, but tactically manipulating the battlefield is another.
I mean,
I will be honest, it is very good that you're moving into this.
feel like-
Even if others might see it as dishonorable, if it means you and your friends get out of whatever trouble you find yourselves in nowadays.
To be honest, Danica, I feel like you make everything your battlefield if you ever get into a fight.
You're not wrong. As for your question, it's mostly just fighting pragmatically. Being observant of weaknesses, manipulating yours and their body to be more advantageous for yourself. Stuff that, in time, shouldn't be too hard for you to pull off.
Understood.
Unfortunately, with the sheer variety of species out there, I can only coach you on so much. A lot of it is going to come down to experience. Something that is not in short supply lately for you all, from what I have seen.
No, it is not.
Hmm.
Thank you.
I am glad to hear that you all have been safe. These are troubling times.
I wouldn't say we've been safe. We've been careful.
You are still alive, and that is a lot more than I can ask for right now.
We're not going anywhere.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you. That said, when Patrick gets back, we're off to Lilac Town. There's a few things I need to get.
Apollo's not go to sleep.
Understood.
Honestly, it's probably getting late for y'all. I'm
Yeah.
keeping an eye on that time.
It's 12:15 p.m. Well,
Yeah.
a.m. here.
There will be one more scene, and then we'll end it.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'll
Might as
do
well
the
Yeah,
other
might as
stuff
well-
later.
Yeah, might as well get it out of the way.
As Patrick is walking on.
Good. Before we move things into, just want to say quickly.
Hmm?
Good to have you on. Okay.
Always a
It's
pleasure.
always a pleasure to have you there.
Nina giggles. Also, I sent you a thing.
Hey. All right. I'll catch you guys later.
Take care.
Yeah.
Evening.
So as Patrick continues on down the road,
As the people are talking to Heracles, he's having, like, not right paying attention to the road around him, just thinking of it. And then he looks forwards, coming to an abrupt stop.
Patrick,
Hi, Mom, Dad.
is that you?
Yeah, it's me. He says, holding up his arms.
What happened?
A lot has happened actually. As you can see, I evolved.
You did.
Yeah, the Everstone got shattered in a volley of shots.
She seems at a loss for words, as she's just like... She has difficulty looking at him, as her gaze just keeps trailing off.
I know it's a lot to take in. But
When I heard the stories, I didn't believe it was true. That you'd... No. No.
Hey,
Why?
well, I he cannot maintain eye contact at this moment. I. What do you mean, why?
After everything... After all the work we did on the farm, raising you, everything. You left. Why?
I tried. I really did.
What was it for? What was all of this for? Being dragged off there. Me being put there so young. Seeing my dad killed. Having to... Seeing Mom the way she went to take care of the farm. And now this. Now this. How did you evolve?
I don't think I could have stayed a Brigson.
But you're supposed to. It was all predicted. It was... Mom saw that future for you. Your grandmother.
I don't think it could have ever ended up like that. I'm sorry. I just can't be that.
When we heard rumors that you might have been gone, that you disappeared, okay, I thought we'd lost you. But... No. We did you. She just kind of looks away. We did lose you. Haddock,
Yeah?
when you said that you were making progress, tell me the truth. Tell me the truth, Paddock.
I found some old notes of Grandma's that she managed to stash away. Predictions that she hid.
Tell me the truth, Haddock. When you said that you're making progress, did you lie?
Padrock does not speak. His gaze just falls slowly to the ground as his head gives a small nod.
The son I raised would never have lied like that. He would have never gotten my hopes up. You're not him. You're not my son.
Mom?
I'm going back to Ridgeville.
Ritzville? Yeah, wait. Dad, what does she mean by Ritzville?
When your mom and I and the others in the village were helped by the guild, we were brought to Richville, and they offered residential help. I don't think I can overestimate how difficult it's been to develop back to the city life after so long spending in that camp, that farm. But that's where we've been staying. It's been difficult.
I want to say he'll come visit, but
Haddock,
yeah, Dad?
the way your mother is right now, I don't advise coming to Richville for a while. You were our hopes and dreams, especially hers, and especially your grandmother's. having them crushed like this, I don't think she can stand to see you for a while. May I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
He motions his head to the staff. That staff that you're carrying, that was given by your grandmother, that's a seer's staff, Patrick. Keep that in mind.
I understand what you're saying, Dad.
I'm going with your mother to try and help her calm down. Patrick, I won't say that I'm not disappointed in how things have turned out. As your dad, at least I still see myself as your dad, but what happened, this has left a wound that will not heal for a while. Don't come to Richville for a while.
Badroff just stumbles over his words.
See you later, okay?
I thought it would happen too.
I'll figure something out. Give it a while.
Badrock watches as his parents walks off, waiting until they're out of sight along the road before continuing quietly into the library to get the books put away.
Yeah, I think that might be a place to end the session.
Yep.
Are you gonna tear my heart asunder like this?
Me sitting here resisting the urge, and it's like, don't say anything. Don't get involved. I know I'm in vision. Don't get involved. Not your problem.
It's literally one of those scenarios of like, there is something you could say that would turn this around into a positive light so bad, but it's like, no, not gonna happen.
It's like, unless Patrick should have asked me to get involved. Nope.
So that's the end of session 80.
Yeah, the big 8-0.
Fuck. I'm with Keonta right now.
Yeah,
I
literally just
am
sitting
with
in the
Keonta
rain
right now.
crying.
I am in that.
Glacy, that's being over. I will say that scene hurt in the correct way. Thank you for going through with that. That is.
Proportion.
I was half expecting Padrock to take the staff and just set it aside or something, or they were gonna, take that from them in some way. Like, genuinely, I was like, oh no.
That was a hell of a thing.
Yeah, big part of that scene is that Adrock has put himself into a no-win scenario with that scene.
Yeah, you evolved. It was totally your fault. Yeah, totally.
I
He didn't lie when he said that shot did. He lied by omitting the fact that he chose for that shot to hit.
Yeah, and I was gonna say something along the lines of, what happened to that committal that, you know, the assuredness that you were ready to move on? What happened to that?
Do
And then
you
it just kind
think
of
saying
all
something
fell
like that?
flat.
Do you think saying something like that in that situation would have made things better?
It would have
No,
made things a hell of a lot worse.
It wouldn't. But at the same time, though, it's just like you want to say something, but you know that anything that you say is probably going to make it either worse or end up making it fall into a pit of despair, and that's not something that needs to happen just yet. But, I mean, it's all good. Nothing big, nothing too harsh happened. I mean, I was expecting his staff to get snatched away or something. I was like, ooh.
Nothing too harsh happened. Yes,
Smile.
he only just got disowned.
No, that's not what I'm referring to. No, that's definitely a harsh thing, but I'm saying, God, they could have taken the symbolism and literally just spat all over it. And that would have been a lot worse on top of that.
In a way, they did, because he doesn't get to be angry about having it that way. He's being told about, like, this isn't like, we're taking that from you. It's being told, you are not worried about that. You should consider it. You should give it back.
That doesn't belong to you.
Yeah. That's a scenario of, it's like, we're not going to take it from you, but we're going to let you know. Though at the same time, Padrock never really wanted to be a seer, did they?
So does anyone have anything they want to say about the session otherwise before we go to pictures?
I was kind of out of it for half of it. I'm so sorry.
Apollo kind of was too.
Yeah, I thought my medicine would, act a little faster and get me out of that really, slump. But it ended up just making me, like, really...
Well, it was a mostly calm town session that nothing went wrong in until something went wrong.
It's like it's not like Luby's been having nightmares. No, totally not. A nightmare that he can just constantly hearing the scream of whatever that instance happened before, his parents went missing. It repeats in his head like a broken record. Now he's even claimed to see hallucinations.
Anything you want to say, Bryce? If you're still here.
I had fun with what I could do. I was trying to fill in story gaps where I could.
Yeah.
I feel like I did a lot of talking.
I mean, honestly, I think most of the talking was you and Padrock and
Lacey.
Yeah, Glacy.
But
I tried to interact where I could.
Oh, jeez.
I felt like I fell out of character a couple times.
Hi, Sass. You made it right at the end.
You came in at the literal end.
Oh,
you missed a scene.
You came in at the end of the stream, but that is okay.
Sass, I'm sorry, but Straight's already gone to sleep.
Attention
Well, you
those
did it on
and
purpose.
scream rate.
Okay.
Well, we'll rate into someone else after pictures.
Wake them back up. Oh, we got pictures, and one of them is just Goofy. Yeah.
Also, Stargazer. You should
nice.
recognize this music, Paddock. But,
Let's see. So last picture that was posted.
well, I already got them all up.
Yeah, it was the green like the lanterns thing, and then shortly thereafter Soap Luffy, and I'm just like, oh my god, not again.
I mean, they were starting on May 1st, so I went from there.
Oh right, yeah, because we've been gone for 3 weeks.
So, starting from May 1st, we would go from one from, I believe, Hypera.
Space Banui.
Kara Luby.
Yeah, so nobody's gonna really get this unless they understand where the other 2 characters are from, and those are other characters I play in the campaigns that Hypera is familiar with. And they're all similar in some way, and to the fact that they've been thrown into different spaces and time without any idea as to what to do, so it's like a reference on that. It seems like a recurring theme with any of my characters, is what he's basically implying here.
Mm-hmm. So that was from Hypera. Thank you, Hypera. The next one, next several are from Lone. All about Ellaby.
Lone is like finding every single word he can mix with a Luffy and just doing it. I'm just like, oh no.
Pretty
like
much.
Luffy.
Wall Luffy. The next one is Soap Luffy.
Soap Luffy. No, that's Goler.
Oh no, we got past Goler.
Soap Luffy. I don't even remember why we made that joke.
And the one after that is King Ellaby, Pizza Colored, and normal King Ellaby.
King Luffy.
So we do have one more. The last one was a thing from Pika. Doing various green lanterns.
Yes, the green. Totally. I hope that things get better.
The sheer irony of Levi being a Green Lantern.
I mean, he is green.
The color is ironic. The meaning... No, the color is expected. The meaning is ironic.
Yeah. Well, what about Padrock with them being Wrath?
If I may.
Go
with
ahead.
Blood and range of crimson red, we fill men's souls with darkest dread, and twist your minds to pain and hate. We'll burn you all. That is your fate.
Yeah, okay, now I can kind of see where he's getting the whole Wrath thing for Padrock, because I remember him doing that exact same speaking of like wordplay when the Greninja were around. So yeah, I'll give him that.
When Padrock's upset, they get upset.
To be fair, I don't even know the phrase for hope, but just look at poor Apollo. Look at poor Apollo.
That's negative emotions.
Something that was completely made up.
No, Ultraviolet's new.
Meanwhile, Ethan's over there like, I am the creator of life. I am Frankenstein's creator.
I don't know much about White Lantern. I'd look.
Honestly, the one you got to worry about is the Orange Lantern, because
The
there's
one you got to
only
worry
ever
about is
like
Black Lanterns. What do you mean?
No. The reason why I say beware the orange lantern is because they are very few. And they are very strong.
Yes, and meanwhile, the Black Lanterns are fucking zombies. They can come back from the dead. No one is safe.
No one is safe from greed either.
Lars just wants to go home.
Meanwhile, with Red, it's like, oh, you're upset? Oh, there's a ring floating around? You're upset? The ring floating around? Guess what you are now?
It's just like Wrath Lantern is just like, no talk me Angie.
Pretty much.
So, I believe that's all of them for today.
Unless there was another one somewhere. No, there wasn't really much anything else there.
Yes.
So think about it a little bit. It is just like one last point on this is slightly ironic.
Flying
Is
Delphox?
no, not flying Delphox. I would almost switch the Levi and Padrox there, because Levi's with his combat is a lot more anger focused, range focused, and with the drug also like acts to amplify his range, whereas Patrick's psionic powers and all that are based on willpower and focus.
So you would just flip colors. One views red, the other one is green. The only reason why they reverse on this mean is that, wait, no, Padrock would turn completely, all of their red accents would turn green, and then Levi's green accents turn red. Oh my god. That'd be funny to see, actually. I kind of want to see a reverse flip.
Hey, LR's markings are red.
Shut.
But, thank you for the raid, Sass, even at the very end of the session, which you apparently intended to. So who should we raid y'all into now? Chain raiding.
Chain raid.
Anyone got any ideas?
Around.
I squished the center.
There's Rye. I found Rye.
I squished the center. Finally found right, yes. But who should we raid?
Let's see, I have one friend playing Stellaris, I have another friend playing Contraband Police. How long has he been going?
Too long.
Okay. How long have they been going?
Levi. You know what we should do when we're out at Lilac Town?
What?
See if we can't find a joy seed.
Sure.
I have a very specific reason for why.
Give to Apollo?
Well, more so, it's actually, in my case, if I hit 60, I get a very nice thing that helps everyone in the party.
Yeah. We can probably discuss this post-turn.
Yeah.
So do we have any idea who to go to?
Let's say Bryce has suggested Rygon. Let's do Rygon.
Want to push that in chat? Rygon plays. Alright. So, we will be rating Rygon. Let's see what they are doing. Contraband Police. They've been going for about 5 hours. Might be going a little longer. But, yeah, we'll be rating them, and our next session will be, again, next week. And we hope you enjoyed, even at the very end when things went, kind of...
Look at nosedive.
And we will see you guys next week for another session of After the Storm. We are now in the 80s. Isn't that fun? So, hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you guys have fun with Rygon, and we will see you then. Later.